Chapter 401, The King Dynasty. Teach hands. From beginning to end, Jason has an absolute advantage. In this case, he will actively put forward, and it is doubtful when he kicks up. Well, you didn't get wrong. After getting Jason's reconfirmation, the tyrant seems to be interested. Okay, let you listen to you. How do you join a law? It's very simple. You gave me these 2 gems to me. After collecting 6 gems, I will refer to you, clear half of the people in the universe. Jason said his proposal. Give you the gem to you. The Neba laughed. Then Jason thought about it. If you want to continue to fight, you can lead to us under the ideal side of the side. If you are tired of fighting, you can retire in advance. I will help you find a beautiful star. Let you live at sunrise every day, sunset. Well, this proposal can achieve the dream of our 2. It sounds very good. The tyrant nodded, and touched. However, I have a problem. Say, as long as the generic needle does not change. The specific details we can discuss. I broke out. What do you guarantee? After you get infinite gems, you will not kill me again, or you don't want to play the referral? When Yan, Jason shook his head, explained. This seems to be not guaranteed. I can only tell you, I am in the earth, and the most important quality of this line is integrity. In this case, I have a proposal. After the ingot is slightly sick, the expression is contemptuous. You give me the gem, waiting for me to finish the dream. Titan is not lie. This point of Kel should be mentioned with you. In this way, the smile on Jason's face gradually converge. The expression is frightened. First, I just said that the gem is in my body. You may miss this sentence. Saying and accurate. The gem has been absorbed by me, thoroughly integrating me. Second, although there is no referee here, you are clear. If the battle continues, my winning rate will be bigger, so the initiative must be in my hand. Third, I have a lot of time, causing a sense of security for a long time. Do you think people like me will pay my family to others? The 3 reasons given, and the tyrants also open their mouth. It makes sense. But the same, I can't make the power to decide to live and die. I heard the words. Jason's stalls, and the eyes were cold and indifferent. So, is it not to talk? The tyrants have grown in the unlimited gloves, and they are vigilant. Unless you promise to give me the gem, do you really want to clear? I am seriously discussed with you, and I dare to guarantee, this is the best result for you. Seeing that the proposal is about to be bankrupt, Jason still wants to save it. The tyrant shakes the head. Children, remind you, as long as the battle is not over, you can't relax. You are too conceited. Maybe. Jason disappointed sigh. The negotiation plan completely failed, but he did not actively launch an attack. The disadvantage of the tyrants can only be beaten by passive, and they don't dare to act rashly. The 2 have been waiting for a long time in the silent environment. Jason finally looked up and asked, in fact, there is still a doubt in my heart. Say it. I live than you. Maybe you can give you a confusion. The Emperor is light, but there is no relaxation. Jason organizes the language, and the expression is serious. Collection of 6 unlimited gems is equal to mastered the rules of the universe. Basically, you can do whatever you want. Yes. I broker. Jason frowned and asked, in this case, why don't you fight a song? Let the whole universe have an unhappy, inexhaustible resources. Dynastology. Don't tell this. As long as the growth cycle of plants and crops, shorten the evolution time of ore, improve the velocity of livestock, speeding up the technology level of civilization. Realizing unlimited resources, not a luxury dream. I heard Jason put forward this issue, and the tyrant was a bit surprised. After a while, he tried to refurbishment. The resources are physical. Even if the universe can't do endless, as long as life does not restrict the prosperity, more resources will be consumed. Species is so late. Jason said, the final ending may be like this, but to evolve to this level, there must be tens of thousands of years, even longer. But if you choose half of the life of the universe, then the result is different. Those who are worried about ethnic extinct will definitely accelerate the population supplement. Various policies are multi-pronged, and they can restore the previous scale for decades. The result is a large circle. You are not busy. The original expression is full of confidence, and you can hear it here. Jason's idea is very much, continue to say, so, compared to the increase in the resources of the universe, more reliable. You can also get from the killing to save tens of millions of life in the universe will be grateful. The tyrant has nothing to say. He frowned and desperately wanted to find a planned vulnerability. Jason's gun is not over, right? There is a method. Since the key to the problem is the unlimited breeding of life, why don't you modify their breeding cycle? Take our globe. You can extend the pregnancy of October to 3 years. In this way, the population of the Earth must be sharply reduced, and you don't have to dirty your hand. In addition, you can also modify the reproduction of the gene in the gene. Less old-colored skin, more Liu Xiangyue. Now, it can improve their homosexual probability. Let male men and women have a big way. Jason said that 7 or 8 can make the population sharply. Lianzu Cannon seems to be a big chaos. After comparing multiple values of various methods, he conducts a comprehensive judgment. It seems that no matter which method is more reliable than his massacre, it is more human and more human. The impossessing cannot be caught in self-doubt. In order to implement this plan, he is planning for decades. The result was overthrown by a small ghost that was unfolded, and the 3 words were overthrown. This makes him a mentality explosion, and it is difficult to accept it. The most important thing is that Jason can think of several ways in such a short period of time. Note there are many ways to solve the problem of population explosion. Do not necessarily need to engage in ethnic massacres. If some of the people who have collected some German talents, maybe you can think of a more perfect idea. In retrospect, he led the army to invade thousands of planets. Tens of thousands of life died in his hand. The results of it not only don't work, but also let the favorite daughter card, which produced him unforgettable hate. The tyrants finally realized that he was really wrong. Solving the problem, and he has chosen the most stupid, and it is also the most invalid approach. How can the future of the future go? I have no answer. At this moment, he is like a child in the woods. I don't know what it is. Just at this moment, just instantly in his psychological defense. I have been silently staring at his Jason suddenly, and the light blue pupil turns into a golden color. Success. This is his long-awaited plan. Jason knew that the ambition home like this early won't race it. So I want to overcome him. The only way is that the mouth. Throughout the previous movie, TV, anime, although the mouth is always a disease, this is indeed the best way for some hearts of the boss. Jason's plan is to pass his mouth, let the tyrants fall into confused and fall into self-doubts, and then use the soul gem to completely control him. Although the illegal moment is a moment of unlimited gloves, in the instant of the psychological defense line, the soul gem can weigh the negative emotions of his inner heart. From the actual effect, the tyrants will continue to maintain this kind of force. Because there are 2 gem sneakers, this guided heart control can only last for a second time. However, for the strong people of Jason, 1 second, enough to kill him 100 times. What? Jason roared. The energy of the blue energy was completely released. He used a lightning speed to go to the extinction, waving the energy sword in his hand, and smashed his left arm! A cold flashed. After the Kinetica, it is only used for a few seconds, and quickly returns to God. Then, a drill heart pain came. He looks back, the left arm is empty, bloody. Look at you like a purple potato. I think your blood is also purple. Jason put the broken arm and standing not far away. The sprayed blood is reddish, and splashed on the face, letting his indifferent smile look more. The tyrants covered the left arm, and the expression is complicated. Delhi. He is still very big in the most critical moment. In the most critical moments, Titan is straightforward, talking straight. Don't like the set of my fraud, not like Jason's teeth. The tyrant is an authentic Titan star. He couldn't see someone who only rely on his mouth. He is a good turn, and he actually planted in this person. Hey, he sighed, and his face was convinced. The thing is here. Gem, you will take it. I hope you can complete the mission for me. When Yan, Jason said, "It is a bit too late now." I broker ingredients. Continue to say, "I have just thought about it." My way does have a big loophole, but the universe must need to be corrected. If you want a long-lasting rule, this is you can't go around. Question. I hope you can find a better way. Jason reached out of the 2 unlimited gems and threw the thick broken arm to the tyrant. You sound this. How is it a bit of a feeling? The tyrants looked at the infinite gloves and cooked. If I don't say this, will you still let me steal? Of course. Jason firmly said, you are too dangerous. Keeping you alive is always a malfunction. Saying that it is coming out again. Very good. I smiled helpless, because I think so. Oh. Although you are all the way, but if you still can't get together. Jason has a little emotion. If you just sort out the gem, Jason will immediately kill him. Jason. The tyrant suddenly opened. Finally, I still have a request. I hope you can promise. Rest assured, not what you think. Okay, then you should talk about it. The tyrant turned to the peak that has been flat. I put the car devil into the mountain. Let her have a sacrifice of the soul gem. After I tried to save her with a realistic gem, the result was failed. Jason analysis. The sacrifice of the soul gem. It is estimated that the problem is on the soul. I think so too. I broke a sigh. My palm of the gem is far less than you. I hope you use the soul gem to perceive the position of the card. I want to find her. Really fake? Jason showed the usual look. If you guess it is true, then you will also become the sacrifices of the soul gem, completely dead, no way to resurrect. The anti-fashion expression is sad. I did a mistake. I didn't afford the child. I would like to apologize to her, begged her forgive in unlimited time. It's really a touching father. I really didn't miss you. I will try it, said. Jason clenched the soul gem to enter its space, and the law of the law is performed. Since I broke myself, I will die. Jason is willing to help. Let him die. Found. Not long, Jason suddenly opened. After the sacrifice of the soul gem, your soul will be bound forever in special empty. You can't enter it here, even if you set 6 unlimited gems. You can't escape. I remembered the place just saw. Jason's heart. Do you really think about it? Sitting on the stone and putting the helmet and puts down the helmet. That. Forever. Sunos. Jason clenched the soul gem, shot orange rise in the gap of the finger. The radiance is concentrated on the tyrant, and there is something similar to protective film in his body table. After a moment, the rays have disappeared, and the illegal tyrant has closed his eyes. He became the sacrifice of the soul gem, and he went to another world, leaving only a body that did not breathe. The decadent body. Cool. Is over. Jason sighed and turned into it. After a while, he ran back from the distance. After confirming that there is no fraud, Jason is shot in the eyes. The disadvantage of the tyrants immediately annihilated into gray, completely disappearing. After all of this, Jason laughed at the laugh and then flew it as a meteor. Chapter 402 absorbs gems. Sword refers to Odon. The battle on Wamia Star is destroyed to the end of the dead, and the mixed war of 2 fleets in space is about to come to an end. Thousands of combat spaceships in both sides have launched a fierce battle in the outer space. After all of the enemy spacecraft, Das Vader handheld the sword, led the Ministry of Temple to kill the quartet. Strong dark original strength, with the unbearable red sword, let him take a melon, such as entering the unmanned. How long does the group of midst of the temple are not persisted, and they have surrendered. When the soldiers cleaned the battlefield, Jason returned to the lounge of the commander number alone. He gave himself a glass of wine, sitting on a soft sofa, playing the soul gem and realistic gem. Now he has got 4 unlimited original stones. As long as it goes to a skid to find the original stone, he is very good. It can be joined to returning home. At this time, Jason has an inexplicable sense of heart. It may be affected by the tyrant, and he also misses his wife and children. Azaz's position is very mysterious. Jason has a rough direction unclear, so you must count on a person's help. After a while, Walgi pushed the door. I saw the 2 stones held by Jason, and she smiled and said, "Congratulations." Just the last step. Gray close-fitting suits is somewhat broken, and it is also stained with unknown. Fortunately, Jason laughed. Wargy didn't care about. Don't play, it's good. What do you want? Wargy pointed to the wine cabinet on the wall. I will have a round today. Jason was surprised to stand at her lower abdomen. There can be more than 100 bottles of wine. You can't support this stomach. Before Wargle went to the wine cabinet, wondering which bottle of drinking first. Rest assured, I'm in a Sahar barrier is 154 bottles of wine. You are not enough to break down this wine. Yes, as long as you don't get drunk, I am looking for you. Seeing that Jason got in today, Jason went with her. What are you looking for? Wargle hugged a box of wine and sat on a chair. Jason is serious. The next goal is the universe. It is the spatial stone. According to Ino, it is brought back by Astad by Odon. So I want to ask you to ask. Wargy pulled out the bottle and drank, then wiped the mouth. Asked, what do you want to know? Jason said, all. About all of Azar, especially if you have trouble. You must say it is very meticulous. Wargy frowned thoughtfully and then shook his head. You are holding 4 unlimited stone. The confident point is good. Azar's completely decay. No one, anything, can make trouble, even if there is only one dock. When Yan, Jason questioned, Odin and Hala can't? Warkleton smiled when you said, Odin is old, Shen-Li has already been no longer before. Otherwise, how to use all 3 winds, and the sea latency is courageous to dare to make him. As for Hala, her strength is really very powerful. If I am hand in front of it, I am not a 1-in-1 enemy. But she is amazing, but it is better than the original stone. For now you come. Say, it is not worth mentioning. I heard the words. Jason relaxed a little, and the wine glass was light. According to your statement, the space of Azad has been halfway. You are waiting for 1,000 years in Sahar, and the information will not be out of time. Ording and Hala will have a god, no so unbearable. Wargy has kills a bottle of spirits and throws the bottle directly to the ground, and then disdain, you are just mortal, I don't know much about the gods. Odin and Hala are not eternal life, nor can it be defeated. The so-called god, just a group of birth, occupying the first opportunity, and the born people will fight. If the earth is smooth, it will be strong, and the future earth people will also be strong, and there is already 1,000,000 years of Azad, which has begun to destroy. 1,000 years ago, Odin's Shinshin was weak enough to kill the sea, so I only chose to be trapped in the kingdom of death. After thousands of years, Odin's power will only be more weak. And Hala's power source is from Asgard. After the death of death, Shen-Li has been sharply reduced, only returns to Asgard. She can recover slowly. So, if you want to get to space, my opinion is to go to Asgard now. Otherwise, Odu is dead. Sea laundry. Things will add resistance. Now? Jason said quickly and quickly. No. Now I have to digest the 2 unlimited stone. Wargy did not give up, continued to ask, how long do you need to digest these 2 original stones? Jason thought about it. The first original stone used the next 3 years, the second original stone used 1.5 years. The third 4th is added together, and the conservative estimate is also more than 1 year. Wargle smiled, from here to Azar, just 18 months. This is quite. Jason looked at her. It seems that you can't wait. Yeah. Wargy flashed in his eyes. As long as you kill Octadians, Hala will return. When I have to use the dragon sword in my hand, cut this old witch's head. This is 1,000 years. You still revenge. Jason has a little emotion. Wargy hated. Hera kills my best friend, ruining my first half, even if you haven't forgotten it again. Well, I promise you. Jason nodded and said, I will definitely leave the last killing opportunity to you. That's thank you. Wargle smiled with him. After all the residual parties of the tyrants, the fleet is tarried in the nearby planet, then quickly travels to Asgard. Jason used the realistic gem to repair the residual body of Dusvada, let him take off the ugly black robes, and re-emergence in front of the people of Anajin. No one can think of it. We wear a mask every day, speak low and hoarse, actually grow a pair of handsome faces. After processing these trivia, Jason returned to turn off and started absorbing the 2 infinite gems. time is in a hurry. Jason led the fleet through thousands of jumping points, which took a year and a half, and finally came to the airspace in Azaz. He has already digested 2 gems upon more than 3 months, and all soldiers have also prepared. Just wait for the spacecraft to reach the legendary domain. Azaz, Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, which is responsible for watching the Rainbow Bridge, found that there is an unknown fleet into the space domain. He immediately uses the pair to monitor the 9 eyes, check the identity of the invader. It's actually him. Heimdall recognized Jason's appearance at a glance. Sol has been described in detail to him. This is a man who has killed his in the earth and let Heimdall carefully monitored him. However, the scope of the 9Gs is too vast, and it is not easy to find a mortal if you don't know the specific location. Heimdall has a job in their own job, so after finding a few times, he gave up this private request. It can be defeated. Sol, is he really mortal? Heimdall remembered that the wine will be depressed to him, and suddenly the man in front of him is curious. After he carefully examined Jason, his face suddenly exposed a horror. Scorpio, put 4 infinite gems into the body. This madman wants to do anything. An unlimited gem is enough to set off a massacre in the universe, so even the Lord of God, I don't dare to put 2 gems in Azad. In front of you, this mortal, not only has 4 infinite gems, but also inhaled them in the body. This is incredible. There are countless farmers in thousands of years I want to use this way to share infinity gems. But there is no exception to fail. This Jason has something special, but he is immortal with superpower. Heimdall feels nothing, and quickly pulling out the sword of the Rainbow Bridge, and then rushed to the palace. At this moment, Ododia is in the palace, and the eldest son Sol, the second child, and discuss things. The god's dusk is starting from the ancient times, and the myths circulating in the Astordi. In a certain day of the future, a powerful figure will fall to Asgard and give a devastating disaster. Sol believes this person is likely to be the enemy of Azaz, Subtle, the giant of the fire. So he spent several years, successfully killing Sitel, bringing its skull back, put it in the treasure of Odin. However, today, Odin called him, and even put it out of the lake in prison. My child, I want to tell you something. The gods have been coming. When said, Sultan feels very disintegration. Sitel is dead, except for him, who has the ability to want to destroy Asgard. Odin Wedn looked at the empty hall, said helpless tone, I use my life to stop her, but unfortunately my life will come to the end. I have no power to her. Father, who are you talking about? Asked Solu. Death goddess, Hela. My first child, your sister. What? Saw and Rocky were opposed to the eyes, all of which showed a surprised expression. In this family, I have lived for more than 15 years. I didn't expect to have a sister. Odin wants to support the body with a witch, and it can be tried to fail. This is really cruel. For a god. Father. Luoki walked forward and wanted to help Okin. No. Odin sat back the throne and put his hand and said, Sol, break the murals of the hall. Sol looked up with the murals of the dome. The drawing above records the achievements of Odin's life. His favorite family, a peace agreement signed with the Frost Giant, and the peace agreement signed with the Frost Giant. Sol didn't understand why his father did this, but he still raised the mural of Thunder's hammer to break the dome. Bang! Mural fragment into a dozen pieces fall to the ground. When the brothers looked up again, suddenly the eyes were horrified. Behind the mooded murals, actually hidden an evil mural. Young Odin is wearing armor, holding a croaker, looking like Weifeng, can't die. And to his side, standing with a woman in green robes. She rode the giant wolf, and she raised the hammer of thunder, and the enemy was killed in parallel with O. Throughout the entire secondary murals, they are telling the story of the 2 people to fight the 4 seas, and they are full of violence and killing. Sol and Rocky look shocked. They didn't expect to dream, and they would be aware of the father and friendly father. It will actually look like it when you are young. In contrast, Luoki indirectly killed tens of thousands of Earth people in New York, not a zero head of Odin. The Octant is sad. As you are, I also made a lot of mistakes when you are young. At that time, as is not so beautiful, I am so urgent, I want to change this, so I am going to conquer the 9 rings and plunder the resources of other countries. Hala is the pioneer I am. Our army is invincible, the war is invincible, and it creates the brilliant brilliance of Asgard, but also makes the whole 9 are under the feet. But one day, I suddenly wake up, I deeply realized my mistake. My second half is also trying to make up for it. But Hera did not enlighten. She also wanted to conquer the place outside the 9. The inflated ambition made me sleepless, so I will extend her. The power of Hala is from Asgard. She will gradually weaken after being released. My original intention is to let her go to the human being more experience, and I can realize the mistake, realize the preciousness of life. Just like me. Saw remembered his past. Yeah, but you were a kind child. But the viciousness of Hailai has been difficult to eradicate. After being released, she worried that her strength will completely disappear, so they actually invade Asgard. Prepare for the face. I don't want to fight with her, so I sent a female Washan to fight with her, and thousands of soldiers were finally left. No way, I have to imprison her in the kingdom of death, always with the undead. You can now have no time, waiting for me to die. Hera will definitely return to Asgard, and when her strength will gradually recover, Azal also turn into a fire sea. After listening to the storytelling, the father, Sol, is serious. Father, I am also your child. As long as we do 3 people teamed up, it will definitely defeat her. It's impossible. Odin sighed. I can feel that I have embarked on another road. Everything can only be paid alone with you. Chapter 403 War or Fall? Odin's choice. His Majesty. Heimdall did not report directly into the main hall of the palace. Odin sits straight and asked, Heimdall, rarely see you so panic, is it? Your Majesty, there is a huge fleet to enter the Asgard airspace. Heimdall is anxious. Who is the fleet? Who is it? Sol Frown asked. As is very special in the geographic location in the universe. If you don't know the trick, the outsiders cannot break into. Even Sol or Ododia is also smooth through the Rainbow Bridge. It is almost killed in the earth. Heimdall said. I heard the words. The brothers did the expression, all stupid. Jason Walter. What is going back? At the earth, the Supreme Master had personally handled him. According to reason, he should die early. Did you say that the Supreme Master is in your hand? But even if he is fortunate to escape a life, why do you want to fade in Asgard? Where is he learned? Yes, it is him. Heimdall is horror. Not only that, I also saw the 4 consecutive rules in his body. Scorpio. When I heard this sentence, Odin wrinkled, and there was a bad hunch in my heart. Loki looked to Heimdall, asked, sorry to interrupt you, what is the rule of the universe? Heimdall gasped, explained, simply, the universe is equivalent to infinite gem. The law is hidden in the gemstone, which is the source of gemstone. What? When Yan Luoi was shocked. He has got 2 unlimited gems, knowing the power of gems, which is the power that mortals can't touch. Master an unlimited gem, basically can be in the universe. Jason actually got 4. Not only that, but he also absorbs the universe of the gemstones into the body, which is simply incredible. I remember that Odin was young at them, and I have educated them not to blindly pursue power, and a brightened example. Several universe level of overlord got an infinite gem. In order to always take the gem to it, they unite to inhale the energy of the gem, and finally be bulled by the energy of the gemstone. Things that are not doing in the ancient gods, why can the mortal of Jason can do? Rocky Basie can't help. Octine, it seems that this person's purpose is to cook in the treasure house. Yes, I think so too. Heimdall said, the fleet has entered airspace, and it will arrive in a long time. Please come under the instructions. I heard the words. Odin did not make a sound, and it seems to think about solving the problem. After a while, Sol was impatient and said, Father, time is urgent, and quickly ordered the army. Odin looked at him, collect the army. Then, Solido, of course, Jason, defending Asgard. Brother, are you serious? He has 4 unlimited gems in his hand. Who can play him? Loki landed him. The small voice persuaded. Bold. Even if the battlefield will stop Jason from destroying Asgard. Sol is dissatisfied with Rocky. If all soldiers are dying, even if Astu is safe, you let those hands unarmed people, what to use to resist other enemies? Rocky did not show up. When Yan Sully smiled and satirized. "Oh, you always have a lot of." "I want to listen to your suggestion." "It is to surrender to Jason, beg you to live." "It is still a gemstone. Let him be unscrupulous through the space. Go to the dismissal More's life." The mind of Rocky suddenly was poked, but he was still worthy. "At least I do this, will not let us cad people sacrifice." "Enough," Odin shouted, drinking two people. The brothers didn't cool around, and then looked at Odin together and waited for the final decision. "In fact, you both say it." Odin did not pull the frame. A child rewarded a date. "Jason has 4 unlimited gems. There is still a fleet, tens of thousands of soldiers. Only with the power of Asgard, it is impossible to compete with him, which will only sacrifice life. But even if you know that it is imperative, we can't sit. You can't let the space gemstones are handed over. Otherwise, the entire universe will fall into his violence." "Father, what do you want to do?" Sol was quiet and asked. Odin slowly swept the 3 people in front of his eyes, said, "Heimdall, you immediately notify, let the people of Azar immediately go to the square collection. 1 person is not allowed to miss it." Followed, "Your Majesty." Heimdall seems to guess Odin's intentions. After lengthening, he is solemn to the Odin, and then leave the royal palace. "Sol, Rocky, my child, you go to Tibetan treasures to take the treasures inside." "What?" Sol this suddenly realized, ask, "Father, do you want to abandon Azat?" Odin looked at the eldest son, and his expression was seriously educated him. "You have to remember that Azat is not a place, never. Azat is the people. As long as you are well alive, you can be Asai." When said, Sol is on the spot. "Acting is like a mortuary, let him feel transparent." Abandoning Astad, the people will not sacrifice treasures in Tibetans. Jason will only get an empty city. "Father, I understand." Sol admired Tualidam. Odin nodded. "Sol, you are very powerful, you are also very talented, you will become a good king than me." "Rocky, you are an excellent magician, Faruka will be proud." "Become a king?" Sol was a shock. "Father, you..." "No, you must go with us." Odin smiled. "I said, I have time, you have time. Once I die, Hela will escape from the kingdom of death. Are you going to bring death to the earth?" Sol Sad shook his head. He does not want the earth to do things, do not want the Azar people to do things, and don't want their father. In a glance situation, it seems that there is really no way to find full beauty. Odin continues, "I am born in Azar, I hope to die in Azar, but you are different, you are still young, the universe is so big, you have to go out." "In addition, I stayed in Azar, and I can use Harata to fight Jason. No matter who loses who will win, it is a good thing for the universe. But I will not be able to." The Prince of Proud of the Truth is finally revealed. "I will not be able to give you, my child." Odin's face revealed a kind smile. "Let's go, take the last time, accompany me to watch the Azad." Odin is the eternal gun, and the hard stand is Sol and Rocky. One left one. Support Odin to the balcony outside the hall. A family of 3 is leisurely walking along the ring balcony. They did not put all the attention on the beautiful landscape. "No matter how many times, Azar is still so beautiful," Octadine said. After a few laps in the balcony, Odin returned to the throne, reluctantly waving. "Let's go, children. Subsiders are still waiting for your guidance." Father, don't be sad. I have to meet your mother." In the face of the upcoming death, Odin is very calm. No sadness, no anger, only one is quiet. This lived wise, seems to have seen the essence of life. Sol and Rocky have nothing to say, silently go to Tibetan. The treasures of Odin hides a lot of universe-level treasures. The brothers are like the mortar into the rice warehouse, and all things are all packaged, and a gross is left to Jason. After Sol is packing things, they see that Rocky-san is standing in front of the universe. Seeing, he couldn't help but set up. "Take it, this is not what you want most, now finally wish." Liu Oki turned his head, and the face was serious. "Brothers, we fight for more than 1,000 years, you still didn't look at me." After that, Rocky turned and left the treasure house. Sol looks into his back. In the prison, he did a few years, he did feel that Rocky was different from the past. But who knows, this is his camouflage. Sol shakes his head and reached out to take the universe. the front fountain square before the palace. Thousands of Azad people gathered together. They were driven by soldiers from home. I don't know what happened clearly. Sol went to Heimdall, asked, "Is it all?" I just got out," Heimdall said. At this time, there were people exclaimed, "Soon, what is it?" Everyone looked in his fingers, and saw several large spaceships appeared over the air. "He is coming." Sol looked at the spaceship and flashed the anger in his eyes. "This hurry, don't forget the further arrogance," Rocky reminded. Sol glanced at him, then clenched the universe. The Rubik's Cube opened the door to the earth. "Fast. Everyone will go in order." Heimdall raised the rainbow sword, and the soldiers conducted the crowd through the time and space. Although the people didn't know what happened, but the huge fleet in front of him and Heimdall made them packing fine behaviors, and they have made them faintly feel that as big. Through the Rainbow Bridge, the 4 spacecrafts have taken more than a year, and finally arrived in Azad. First, it is a glorious building. You don't have to guess. There is definitely the Palace of Odin. The rustic in the earth. Jason got a long time, disdainful. He is particularly fascinating with the style of architecture, but now his aesthetic has changed, and it can't afford to love this kind of outbreak. I didn't expect. I actually had a day. Before leaving, I have to set my mind to die. Looking at the familiar and strange city, Walgi's mood is very complicated. There is a hometown of homesick. There is a pleasure to kill the enemy, and some as a traitor's shame. Jason came over, holding her shoulders, comforting. "Is it not feeling?" "No." Walkie rushed to argue, but he could not find any reason. It is impossible to deny that she does have a kind of contrast to the descendants of the slaughter. "You stay on the spaceship, I understand." "Thanks." Walkie hesitated for a while, and finally accepted Jason's kindness. She just wants to take the dog's life. The other ST is not her goal. "Be careful, there is anything below." Suddenly, the pilot of the commander number shouted. "Jason and Walgil have seen it." I saw the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the entrance to the royal palace, stood with a white-haired, and the old man wearing an eye mask, but also a mighty gun. Warjoff out, "Ododia." "He is Odin." Jason frowned and surprised. "No, Avni said that Odin is no longer the old man in the past. There is no majesty momentum at all. It is obviously the end of life." Jason can see. He can stand, a pen in his hand. An old man standing instably stood. What else is the ability to block him? Several spacecraft hovered in the air. At the abdomen, Jason flew out to Ding Ding alone. The two are different from each other. Jason is very interested in the Lord of God in myth. Odin is also very curious about the mysterious man with mystery. After a while, Jason looked around. Tukao, Sol, Rocky, the Astad's warrior is dead. Actually let the king personally guard the palace. They have left it, with the universe of the cosmic cube. Odin slowly opened. When said, "Jason is shameful. Don't escape first. This is the fighting method of the praise." Odin ignorant, he said, after seeing the gap between the enemy, the strength of the enemy. Face your shortcomings, escape the fearless sacrifice. This is not a courage. Where did they escape? Earth? Odin shakes his head and said, "A place that is unopened. You will never find it." Jason disdain said, "You choose to bring the people to escape, not let go. You have known for infinite gems in my body. In this case, you are here to find them." Octine, because she will stop you. Who? Odin slowly closed his eyes, and the body gradually became a golden light. Looking at Jinguang gradually dissipated in the air, Jason was stunned. It is the owner of the gods, and even the dead is different. When the idea moves, the pupil has turned orange. The power of the soul gem instantly covered the entire Asgard. After a while, Jason disappointed sigh. Odin did not play empty city, as is indeed empty. It seems that this is really white. At this time, a dark time and space door is thrown in the air. Jason frowned and looked at it, and a slim woman came out slowly. Chapter 404, Washan vs. Death Goddess. A fairy black long hair, wearing a dark green tight shirt, a thick dark circle is like a time management master who has not slept in a lifetime. This woman who exudes unknown is the first child of Odin, the Death Goddess. Hayla. Jason has a curious up and down to count her figure and the value, then slap, and calm the heart. The sea puller passes the dead space and step into the land of Azad. She looked around, she took a deep breath, her face hangs smile. After being imprisoned for thousands of years, she finally returned to the world, returned to the strength at the source of the spring. However, the scenes in front of me and some gaps are expected. Who is the delicious handsome guy in front of you? What is the fleet behind him? So said, he is dead? Hayla asked Jason. You say a thin? It should be. I just saw him in a golden light to dissipate in the air. Jason said diluted, truthfully answered. When said, Hayla regretted his mouth. Oh, it is unfortunately, I still want to look at him to die. But little cute, that is not Jingwei, but the power of Octo. What are you calling me? Jason frowned. What's wrong? Is there a woman who called you? Hayla's tone is lazy, stepping into the sexy cat walking. Well, you first wait. Jason couldn't help, and his eyes were clear and stretched. I went to the old half-day kung fu Twiza, but I didn't let the old woman living for thousands of years to play me. Old woman? Hayla was stopped, and he looked at him in his eyes. It's a pity that you have a lot of mouth. You are not happy. There is no way. This is born. Jason's expression asked seriously. Listen, Ododia is dead, as is no one. I am running alive. But I don't want to go home in the spaceship, so I can tell me how to use it. Rainbow Bridge. While Ulan glanced, then looked at Jason. Maybe. But you have to tell me first. Who are you? Come to Aswad? What? Jason sighed. No else. Just come to find something, but Odin doesn't want to give it, but also send all the people in the city. Wow. Hayla smiled. Can you let Athin and Azaz idiots fugitive? What is your people? What do you want to find? Jason is impatient. Listen, what kind of person I have nothing to do with you. You can't get it over there. They take the key to take the key. Jason took 2-year-old provocation, so that the face of Hayla gradually became gloomy. Little cute, you may have a few things, but you still have to pay attention to your attitude. She spoke his palm, and a sword appeared in hand. Now, give me down sutras in front of your queen. Scorpio, this family cosplay is more playing. The brain is sick. Jason speared his head, and the pupil flashed a violet. In an instant, Hayla is full of purple cracks. Her look is bigger, and if there is not finished, it is completely annihilated into dust. Oops. Looking at Hayla disappeared, Jason suddenly remembered. He promised to pass the walkie before, and left the sea puller to solve it. At this time, Wakari also came down from the spaceship, and the look of complicated to the place where Hayla disappeared. Sorry, nothing, that sentence is just talking. Warji stretched into the air and shaking his head. Hayla is a death goddess. Even if you let me use the dragon tooth sword to unload her. 8, she still can't die. What? There is still a person who is killed? Jason questioned. Well, how to explain it? Wargi frowned thought, then explained. So, the law in the infinite gem is given by the universe during the big bombing period. These ancient gods can also obtain other universe rules through the efforts of natural and late days. As a saying, Jason turned to understand. Hayla's law is death, so she can control her life and death. Warji nodded. Yes. In principle, there is no way to kill her without a way to deprive the consecutive rules in the sea pool. Jason asked. Then I just use the strength to let her annihilate. Warji replied. Just to force her to returning to death, as long as she wants. You see. Jason turned to the head. The door of the Green Death was once again opened. Like Warji, the sea pulleys have been gone from the door. It's a surprising, you have a flesh of the flesh, actually hidden the power of the universe. The sea looked at Jason. At this moment, from her face, I can't see a mocking expression. She deeply understood that this handsome man in front of him is not a silver gun wax, but a strong person with real material. The power of the stock. Hayla frowning analysis. It should be a strength gem. Have you seen it? Jason asked. See? Ha, ha. Hayla laughed. You are too small to nading, too small. Azaz is ambitious, seeking 4 sides. Once there are 5 unlimited gems. If he is old confused nowadays, The entire universe will be the map of Azad. Okay, don't immerse it in the past. Look at your eyes. Now S2 is a soft KNG. Whether it is Optin or you can't stop me. Jason looked holding C. Despise. If it is not stupid, Ododia. Hearing this, Harriton did not play one place. Forget it, don't say it, let's talk about it. What is right? There is strength in your hands. I have the rules of rewriting life and death. Why don't we join hands to rule this universe? Hayla proposes. Jason laughed. What do you mean, you have to be my part? When said, Hayla faced convulsions, angered. Little cute, don't be too big. Can you bring you trouble in the universe? Push my death goddess to the opposite side. There is no good point for you. Remote life and death, it is indeed a strong rule, but I am not used to sitting with others. Jason's sneaked road. In addition, I still have a bad habit. I can't see it from my eyes. Since I can't get space gems, I will take your death law is also a good choice. The voice just fell, and the energy in Jason's body was violent, and the golden rays were emitted. The sea raft is about to start attack. It can be seen in the moment of the golden rays, and the eyes suddenly become empty, and the line of sight is not focused. Do you control her? Walker pulled out the dragon sword. Well, but just temporary. The cosmic law in her body is only a disabled version. Although it is better to have a strong binding, the soul gem has no way to completely manipulate her, only temporarily control. Jason is striking, putting palms on the brain of Hailai. However, as long as I absorb the death law to absorb into the body, death goddess turns into a corpse goddess. Close your eyes. The idea, the death law in the sea raft, quickly detached from entering the Jason body, as if the pond is dried by the pump. Jason has 4 consecutive rules, and the actual rate is much more horrible than pumping pumps. Only done the time, the white skin of Hayla is turned into a pale. Jason laughed and gently shot on her brain. After the sea pulley, I took a few steps, and finally a butt was sitting on the ground. The expression was stiff, and the eyes were sluggish. You actually sucked away. Hayla is completely pushed. Even the old goblin for thousands of years is the first time I heard that someone can take the universe rules from others. You think I am stupid? There is no such thing as these life. I have a courage to fade in Azad. Jason smiled and shook his head. Lost the death law. Hayla is just a normal god. Will be injured, will bleed, will die. I will give it to you next. Jason took the shoulder of Vaki. Thank you. Walkie rushed to the front of the sea. Don't hard support. If you need to help, you will open it. Jason stands on the side and let the space give 2 women. Who are you? Asked Hailaki. She looked up early. Walkie was an ordinary person, so I was taken by my eyes at all. Walker pulled out the dragon sword, showing the tattoo on his arm, said, is it now? Seeing that tattoo, Hailang suddenly realized, you. Female Washan. Oh, I think it is. You are a little pitiful for my hand. I didn't kill you. I can't think of you. I still have a hat. Go now. Warji angry, you're a woman's magic. You will not be in your hand. I can live. It is the big sister who loves me as a sister. Blocks your sword with my body. She put me in the ground. Let me mix it in the dead bunch. In this 1,000 years, I keep using the wine to paralyze themselves, but the more I want to forget, the more I remember the mind. Hayla, your vicious old man. The blood debt of the year. Hey. Sea pulled cold, slowly climbed from the ground. I said that Xiofa, how can I easily break into Azad? I originally married you this traitor. Warji disdain, don't mention Asai. Ododia is villain with your killing behavior. He is also the tragedy of the murder. Since then, I have no time to respect the throne. This is in the reason. Hailai hand touched, summoned a sword from the different space. But let your little love, you will rely on your 3-footed cat. You can't hurt me. Ha ha ha. Walkie smiled. The PRC will use it to me, as long as I can cut your head. I don't mind, let him tie your legs. Hey. The last female Wu of Wu also has fallen. Hera said. I have already gave up this title. Walkie puts out the attack gesture, the sword tipped to the heart of the sea. Go to death, she screamed, quickly waving sword toward the sea. The sea puller is light, and the body is extremely fast. Well, the sword method is still an old set of Azar, is flat. However, The speed is very fast, all catch up with half of the speed. If there is this strength, the leader of the female Washan will be her. Sela is easy to donate. While analyzing the strength of Walkie, after determining that there is no threat, she began to think about the way to break. From the scene, the two sides have no observations at all. This female Washan is necessary to kill her, and that man is definitely true. If you can't do it, you will see if there is enough chips in my hand. Look at this man is so strong to the female Wushan. An estimated 2 people are not shallow. If you take the prisoner of this female Washan, perhaps there is also a line of life. Hayla is a big idea to grab Valkyrie to be Jason. So, she was returned to retreat, moved to Jason's distance. The distance of rescue. Then she deliberately sold a broken, and Liu Weiji ran to engage in attack. Walkie is fucked. She saw the chaos of the sea pulling, immediately pursued, and a sword stabbed her abdomen. Oh, or the fighting experience is too shallow. The sea pulling is very likely. She is full of enthusiasm, preparing to touch the abdomen in the sword dip, and complete the dodge to pay the anti-killing of a dragon. Unfortunately, although Warji did not wear the hearts of Hayla, Jason was mad, but he looked clear. Just in the instant that Hayla is about to start counterattack, Jason's pupil turns into purple, and the force is attached to the sword of Walkie. Silver white long sword violet bloom. Hayla instant is like being treated by 5 flowers, and it is not possible! Exclamation mark. Dragon sword is light and easy to pierce the abdomen of the sea. Hayla double-eyed red, gorgeous it. Jason in the distance. If you haven't finished, her body seems to have a porcelain, and a few elongated cracks are cleared, and each crack has a purple light. Warji smashed the sword and looked at the sea. Thanks. You're welcome. Warji is clear. Jason's choice is definitely reason. The probability is what this old demon woman is moving. Now, you will feel the pain of my ear. Walkie passed the sword in the sea. Don't kill me. Hayla looked at the wound and looked at Jason Wolf. Give me a reason. Jason hugged his shoulders and faint. You don't want to go home early. I can tell you how to use the Rainbow Bridge. For the living, Hayla is only a traitor. Don't dream. Walkie smiled and broke. The Rainbow Bridge is used, I know. Words. Hayla angry glared in Walkie. This damn traitor. I should have all the women's waters in the year. There is no rainbow sword, even if you know how to use it. Hayla continues to open. You want to keep your life. Looking at her greedy look, Warji suddenly slammed sadness. It is also a person who is afraid of death. Kanvaji is a bloody sea, and there is no hand. She highly lost the dragon sword, and she said the last decision word. The rainbow sword has been taken away by Heimdall. The only way to use the rainbow bridge is now to go to Nida. Please ask the dwarf Wang Ai Kui to recreate a rainbow sword. After finishing, the sword in your hand is so powerful. A day of pigeons. The more difficult to write, the more it is. Take a day. End of the month. No eunuch is too old. Brainstorming. Crowdfunding outcome. Chapter 405. Home. Children. A man rolled into the ground. The sea raft is facing up. The expression is awkward, and it is dead. She waited for the millennium, and finally waited until Auden's death seal was released, and she was returned to the people in half an hour. Without death law, she can't freely cross the born and dead margins, and being sentimental in the Death Kingdom. Everything is over. The person who has completed the revenge, Warji backlit in my heart for many years, but also slowly dissipated. Waiting for her emotions a little restoration, Jason said, let's go. We have to go to Nida, find someone to make a rainbow sword. Walker looked up, and his eyes were complicated to look at the brilliant Iskad, then threw the dragon sword to the ground, and did not take a trace of nostalgia to leave. After 2 people boarded the spacecraft, Walkie manually entered Nida, and then asked, Odin did not leave any information. Do you know that they brought the infinite gem to where? Jason's confident nodded and said, of course, in this case they can only go. Warji curiously asked, where? Earth. When said, Walkyrie is a bit not understood. The Earth is your hometown. How can they be invested in the network? Jason smiled and asked, do you know why I will fall from the Earth to Saka Star? Warji nodded. The explanation you at the time is that it is flourished by a superpower to the universe, happens to fall into the Shahastar. Jason said, yes, that strong is to guard the Earth's Supreme Master, and the time is hidden in her soul. They are very clear. As long as they bring the universe's cube, even if they fleeted to the corner of the universe, they will be found. So the only way is to go to the Earth to find the Supreme Master, and then join hands to completely eliminate me. After listening to Jason's explanation, Walkie finally understood. So waiting for us to get the Rainbow Sword, you can go home. Jason sighs, yes. Don't say it. I mentioned the topic about the Earth. I am very missing. Walkie is comfortable. Do not worry, Nida is not far from Mr. Counting the time to make rainbow swords, last half a month, you can go home. Looking at the Azad, Jason said, I hope everything goes well. The passage of the causing time is different. For Jason, he has been with his family for 7 years. For more than 10 years, Jason left the Earth for more than 10 years. New York Island, a standard football field, is so big by a Somerset area. There are 3 American villas in the manor, the biggest master, a slightly smaller is 2 deputy venues. The main hall is the place where the manor owner is living. 2 deputy venues, a place to entertain guests, a place where the manor and the bodyguard live. The estate is standard with gardens and swimming pools, as well as a small golf course and a private pier with a cruise ship. Can have such a large manor in New York in inch gold, and the owner here must be a great expensive home. The first rising sun will be smooth in each corner. The quiet garden. 2 maids pushed the dining car and came to the restaurant from the deputy hall. Put the chef's carefully made breakfast on the 20-meter dining table. Then the servants began to clean the tableware, waiting for the owner to go downstairs. After 10 minutes, the sound of the leather boots stepping on the roof of the wood floor. The servants who were packed on the first floor came up while looking up, looking at the stairs, showing sincere smile on the face, respectfully bent down. Young master, lady, good morning. Okay. After a few seconds, I got the owner's reply, and the servants looked up. I saw 2 young men and women, walked from the second floor stairs to sit next to the table. Man handsome, wearing a black small suit, tight styles look more than he is long, and the feelings are extraordinary. Woman combing golden long hair, wearing a goose yellow western long skirt, with a pair of brown short leather boots. The big white thighs stacked together. No matter whether it is a smile, you can take a soul. The 2 did not send, silently eaten breakfast, enjoy the servants of the servant. Next, it was found that they were a bit similar to the 5 senses of the 2. Inevitably there is blood relationship. It's just that the outsiders don't know. They are my brother or brothers and sisters. This brothers and sisters who have the fairy value are Jason's 2 children, Brian Walter, Angelina Walter. Jason is walking, nearly 14 years. At the beginning, the 2 kinds of milk owed a dried little fart, and now it turned into a young juvenile. Looking back, the young children of the brothers and sisters have lived their lives. In order to avoid the challenge of the hardened God Shield, Jason will give them a part of each time. They are often familiar with one environment and will soon move away. When I came to the childhood, Jason's suddenly left, causing the whole family to move to Africa, living in an underground factory that is depressed in the safe and reliable. At that time, the brothers and sisters wanted to go home early every day. Whenever they mention this, 2 mothers will use a variety of lies to deceive them until they gradually grow and understand. She understood that the father did not go home, was driven away by a strong mage, and it is not in this planet. Although countless information revealed that the father is still alive, no one can guarantee that he can still come back in this life. After a few years in the underground, they finally moved to the ground, settled in the kingdom of Wasanda in Africa. It is straight here, and the childhood of the 2 really starts. They have met new friends in Wasanda, and accepted the advanced education of nearly 10 years and ended the most joyful childhood. However, Wasanda is very well, but it is still too small compared to the whole world. 2 children want to go out. As a result, 2 mothers decided to send them to New York to read high school. Although I am somewhat uncomfortable, The two mothers understand that only timely letters, they can get better growth. The reason why chooses New York because this is the most developed city in addition to Wasanda, and is also the place where Jason's happiness is born. New York after rebuilding, overthrew the past road planning and regional construction. The U.S. government invited a number of well-known design agencies to join hands to create a super-urban in an epoch. Here, you will gather elite talents around the world, which is a veritable city of dream. As for the most concerned security issues in abroad, the two mothers don't need to worry. First of all, there is an elite in the manor in the Long Island of New York. They will be 24 hours a day, defend the safety of the two sons. Second, the two children have generated Jason's genes, they are superpower, have a strong self-assurance. Then, Harley's space superpower has reached 9. She only needs several jumps, and she can reach any corner on the earth. Once two children are dangerous, Harry can quickly arrive. Finally, Stanfill and his Goddess Bureau will provide a variety of convenience and security. The big truth of the sentence is now the clown organization wants to go to New York, just as convenient to visit your own garden. The brothers and sisters have finished having breakfast and leave the main hall. A luxury custom version of Rolls-Royce has stopped at the door early. "Young master, lady, please get on the bus." The bodyguard opened the door to get the two people. After the brothers and sisters sat, he closed the door to sit into the co-driver. The driver launched a car and saved the manor. It is very quiet in the carriage, only a weak engine sound and breathing. Angelina is reading a heavy information book. The cover is the vast and boundless cosmic river. Brian is facing the dress, organizing the hair. "I don't come back tonight, don't wait for me." When I heard this sentence, I was sitting in the editorial bodyguard, and the face was difficult to say, "Young master." Then I need to tell the master. "Well, you are free. Brian should have a good way." Angelina pulled attention from the cosmic science, slightly his brother. Look at her expression, it seems that this kind of thing is not blamed. Rely on a good skin of a bear, and the mysterious family background. Brian will pay attention to the opposite sex. They lived in the United States less than 2 years, and they have been deeply conversated with Brian, and they will not be 3 digits. What is the most accommodation that Angelina can't stand it is that there are many women who are married in these women. She really can't understand why Brian is willing to follow those who are bigger than themselves, and even more. Change to Angelina, just think about the stomach. It's going to be at home. Which girl is it tonight? Do I know? Should know, that is. When I was in the mouth, Brian suddenly forgot the name of each other. He wanted to think about it, saying, "It is the blonde of the next door. The skin is particularly white, like wearing long boots." When Angelina turned over a good white eye and said, "General Wen Shishi?" "Yes, it is her." Angelina nodded slightly, added, "Yes, this girl looking for it is much better than before." Brian curiously asked, "Yes, what is she special?" Angelina said, "General Wen Shizai." Further is the director of the New York Queens Police Branch. She is a long girl in the home, and there are 2 younger brother. Not only is the family's good life, Gen Wen himself is a Trump team of the school debate team, and also served as an intern in Manhattan's Austro-Industrial Group. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Then I may talk to her about her father's father tonight, and it is also in depth, the Thorn information. Brian smiled, full of sleeping nights tonight. "Hey," Angelina shook his head and not commented. Seeing Brian's expression is serious, starting an educational sister. "Angelina, you are now a 17-year-old high school, but you haven't talked with a boyfriend now. Don't you feel unfortunate? We have missed the time of early love. If you graduate from high school, you have not yet been in love. Then your youth will become a gray. I have a few good buddies. Do you want to call home in the same day? Let you choose." Angelina turned into the window and his expression was dull. "I have no interest in these things, and your boyfriend can't get my eyes. And you know, I have my dream." "Yes, I know." Brian is boring, being Ancient One, becoming the strongest magician. Angelina said, "Since you know, then you should understand. I can't waste time on these boring things." When Brian refuted, Ancient Master is a strong man who lives for a millennium, and wants to defeat her is not a one-powered thing. If you give up your beautiful youth, I think it is not worth it. This kind of thing can wait until the university graduated. Angelina is cold. I still don't get you to teach me. In my opinion, it is a waste of youth, waste life every day. Brian, disdainful mouth. Well, since you don't listen to persuade, then we will play each other. Do not intervene. We have always been this unpleasant conversation to this end. Brian is willing to come from the mother, and then start to organize the instrument. Angelina continues to immerse the ocean of knowledge. After two children entered the puberty, they gradually began to become rebellious. They all have their own ideas. If you want to dominate your life, you will not listen to the words of adults. Not to mention the brothers and sisters playing from a young. I have long seen two more than two. Rolls-Royce parked in the gate of the University of China, the Queen's University of New York. If the value of the gold medal, the goddess is attracted to countless students and teachers. For this car, they are familiar with them. Brian, Angelina, the character of the high school in Zhongqing. Many people stop watching it is to see them, of course, do not eliminate idiotic women and old colored skin, simply want to see handsome guys. The bodyguard opened the door, and the two were straight to the campus. Brian is in front, smiling, and caressing the passing teachers and students. He went to where had a brainness of the brain residual powder guard team, and I didn't know. I thought that the king's superstar was driving school. Angelina is frightening, with a single hand, elegant walks on the road, soon being opened by Brian. This is the tacit understanding of the brothers and sisters. Brian likes to become a focus of all the best, and Angelina is too much, and I like to be quiet. But no matter where, beauty does not lack attention, not to mention her level of fairy. On the way to class in class, you are all in the road to walk, and you will quietly lose your boys and girls. Angelina is saddened, but there is no way. Don't say stealing. I have seen a boy to shoot her. Chapter 406 Black Second Generation Campus Life. Zhongqing Technology is a high school in New York. Students who can enter this school study are small geniuses who are hard work and excellent. They can enter the university to continue to study almost after graduation, and the top, uncomfortable students can even enter MIT. Window a few net classrooms. The African female teacher is standing in front of the podium. The students in the classroom are listening to the class. Only the two children of Jason's painting. Angelina's desk is clean. Only the cover is the science reading of the cosmic river. She supports her hand, and the other hand flips the page from time to time. I saw the embarrassment of the embarrassment of the embarrassment and embarrassing the knowledge and stretching the knowledge. It all said that a man is most handsome carefully. This phenomenon is equally applicable to women. Angelina, an unconscious little movement. The students around the students are dry. They want to enter the knowledge of the teacher, and the knowledge will not enter the head. Also didn't listen to the class. Brian is simple and rude. He was tied with the two long legs, holding his mobile phone hands, showing a light smile on his face. 1089 is texting with a girl. The two brothers did not listen to the class, and the teacher went wrong with this. This aspect is the problem of educational style, and on the other hand is because of the thick background. When the two young masters were read, the school board of directors greeted, and the scene was still lively than the celebration. In fact, there is still the third reason, that is, high school textbook knowledge is too shallow to the brothers and sisters. Angelina is a magician. Reading a book is her largest amateur hobby. When Washada, she took 10 years to complete all the courses of 3 related disciplines. The theoretical level has surpassed the general doctoral qualifiers. Although Brian is very good, I like to play with playing. I can't afford a little interest in reading book, but he is still in the past. I have completed the university course. For the brothers and sisters, this trip to the United States is more in contact with the same age, integrating into modern society, broadening the horizons. As for the knowledge and credits of the courses, these are not important. Jingle bell. The ring is ringing. The female teacher did not swim, packed up the textbook, and said goodbye to the students. The students also put their books, and 3 or 2 were left to the cafeteria for lunch. Brian, where did you go today? Brian's seat, surrounded by several students. He smiled and took the mobile phone and said, "Sorry, I have about today." Oh, several friendships showed an expression that suddenly realized, and then went to the cafeteria to eat. Waiting for Brian left the classroom. Angelina, just read the last page of this book, the last word. She closed her book, slightly sighed, then stood up to the school cafeteria. Brian is wide and enjoyed luxury. If it is not today, there are about noon, he will definitely go to the nearby rice to eat. In contrast, Angelina is much low. She has no requirements for food and taste, and the food in the canteen is already enough for her. Between the teaching building and the canteen, there is a small garden with a large area. In addition to the gymnasium, this is the highest popularity of the school, especially noon. Many students like to go to canteen to buy a sandwich, then sit on the garden bench, quietly enjoy lunch. Angelina came to the garden. Far-reaching Brian and a blonde woman sat on a bench. This is his prey tonight. When she passed, she looked at the girl. Jen today is obviously made of makeup, combing Chiu high, golden long hair is tied into a single horsetail. She wear t-shirt inside, with a light small suit. Ultra-short pants is equipped with a knee boots, showing half a white flowers. Hey, Angelina. Do you want to eat together? I made a sandwich. Brian said that it tastes good. Green is called Angelina, holding the music box in his hand. Angelina looked in, and the box filled with homemade sandwich. I am telling the truth, the taste is really good, you will come to taste it. Brian opened his mouth and biting it hard. Thank you, but I still don't bother you two about it. Angelina lady smile, then moved down to the food hall. In private, the brothers and sisters said that there are 9 sentences in the mouth of 10 words. But in front of outsiders, they all have a tacit peaceful to maintain the perfect family image. There is no appetite at noon, and Angelina only bought a sandwich and a cup of coffee. She is ready to bring back the classroom and eat while reading. When she returned to the small garden, she saw a group of students in front of the table, and she also shouted, "Eat it, eat, eat." What did you eat? Are they in the big stomach game? Angelina walked over the bag and found that Jem and Brian were also watching. She was too lazy to squeeze, and she took the shoulders of Brian's shoulders. Asked, "What happened?" "Look, Frisch is bullied by classmates," said. Brian used to squeeze a passage in the crowd. Let Angelina walked into some viewing. I saw a round of food on a round dining table. The strong student named Fletcher is holding another classmate, letting him fall back, eat the food in the dish. Another boring campus is overlooking. Angelina is speaking with a white eye and turned to leave. At this time, a handsome, but the handsome boys, carrying old camera in their hands, using force in the crowd into. Angelina recognized the boys and the camera in his hand. Every time he dinner at the small garden, he will always hold the camera and hide in the distance. Angelina didn't want to fight with people, and did not stop his behavior. But after the bodyguards heard this matter, in order to prevent some people from seeking or wrong, they sent people to track the family background of this student. Of course, I finally didn't find anything. This student is a common student who greeted Angelina. The bodyguards later transferred all the information to her. Angelina clearly remember, this classmate is an orphan, his parents are died, and they are sent in the family of uncle. By the way, what he called, I think it, Peter Parker. The girlfriend's girlfriend is a classmate of a class. Angelina stopped, and the eyes were curious to gather Peter. What is this stinky kid rushed in with a camera? Don't he want to take the uglift of the classmate to eat? Scorpio. Angelina frowned, before he learned that he was orphan. A little mercy to him, disappeared. Sure enough, poor people will have a hate. After Peter squeezed, Fletcher saw him immediately, then excited, "Hey, Peter, come and take a photo." I didn't expect Peter to see this scene, and the head of disgusting. "No, I will not shoot this photo." You quickly put him down. "Take a picture." Peter's firm shook his head, said, "Let him go down, Frisch." His face is red. For the poor beige warning, Frisch is taking ear, and continues to hold the classmate to force him to eat. The onlookers are also called well. It seems to be toned to this campus. Seeing the other party who did not listen to persuading, Peter was anxious. Let him go down, especially when Jan Frisch fiercely turned over. Being yelled in a weak poor child, he is a little annoyed. Oh, Multitube is going to be embarrassed. Brian is standing in place. Still is the expression that is not too big. And Angelina standing on the side, but she took a few points to see Peter. I thought he was an help, but I didn't expect this kid in a bit of justice. This is to let her look at it. Unfortunately, Peter is thin, and wherever it has been high and strong. Sure enough, Frisch's face is blue, and the cold eye is holding Peter, then throwing the student on the ground. Hey, buddy. Peter also wants to care about classmates, but they are pushed away by Frisch, and then slammed in his face. Boom. Peter was directly turned to the ground. Come, stand up, Parker. Fire rushed. When said, Peter stood up, but Frisch hit a punch in his abdomen. Peter fell to the ground, and the pain was rolled with a belly. Frisch shouted, come, let it up. Said, he kicked his feet again toward Peter. Peter has been standing, and violence is still going on, and the onlookers do not have a dare to stand. Don't you help, Angelina said to my brother next to him. You don't need it. A group of children will fight each other. They have not received professional training. There is no weapons in their hands. Do not do things. Brian didn't care. This scene he saw more in Washana. Of course, he is a group of children who chase a group of children, and then go home and then be fatted fat by his mother. Brian doesn't matter, but Angelina can't help but. She is speechless, then step forward. Fletcher is lifting a feet and is ready to step on Peter. Angelina walked over and gently ticked his other foot. Frisch's legs are hanging, and they fell directly to the ground. In an instant, the whole game was silent. All glanced at Angelina. Fletcher climbed from the ground and prepared to pay attention to his own little person. It can be found that there is an Angelina when Angelina, and his heart is half a high pressure. Angelina is a recognized goddess of the whole school. Almost all boys are secretly loved her, and quite part of girls are also. Fletcher is also one of them, but he has no value, and there is no family world. It can only rely on a tender meat. I want to find a law, attracting Angelina's attention. However, these junior high school students are used to use, but the role of Angelina, Fletcher is busy for a long time, and there is no effect. Angelina, I like fight. Angelina looked at him coldly. How is it with me? No, I never play girls. Fletcher is tense. Some meeting. Then go aside. Angelina is not surprisingly reprimanded. Let me see you in the school. Yang Wei. Bullying classmates. I will recommend it to the board of directors to help you change school. Everyone knows that Angelina and Brian have a mysterious and powerful home background. This sentence comes out from her mouth, but it is not a joke. Well, I am wrong. I will change it. Fletcher is frustrated, like a frost. This sentence shouldn't tell me. When said, Frisch went to Peter to pull him from the ground. Peter, you are not hurt. Peter slammed his stomach, shook his head. In one hand, nothing. I am very good. Sorry, buddy. Frisch took the shoulders of Peter, leaving the small garden alone. After reading it, the surrounding students gradually dispersed. Peter stands in place. Want to go, and don't want to go. He quietly talked about Angelina, and finally brought the courage to step forward. Thank you. You are welcome. Angelina glanced at his hurt on his face, then walked from him. Still go to school, doctor. Look at it. Peter looked at Angelina's back, as if he fell into the dream of a dream. The goddess saved me. Just care about me. She. What does she mean? She will have a good sense of me. Peter stood in the small garden, stupidly looked at Angelina disappeared. 3 people go to the teaching building. On the way halfway, Brian reaches the hand of Jen, said, you go back to the classroom first. I am looking for my sister. Okay. Jen is very intimate, walking alone in the classroom. When I passed from Angelina, I also nodded to praise. The foot is really beautiful. After she left the line of sight, Brian immediately pulled Angelina to another laboratory. What did you just have? Bri's airtight question. Do you have no long eyes? Violent. Angelina held his shoulders and cold, still violent violence. Do you think you are justice? Brian is more breathable. Don't forget, we are all his children. We will never become a frontal person. Once you expose your identity because of your recklessness, we all have to roll back to Wasanda. Maybe you hate the life of the United States, but I haven't played enough yet. I will dragging me. I will encounter this kind of thing. Don't intervene. I have heard it. Hey, what qualifications do you have in front of me? Said Angelina. I just learned a classmate in the school. You said that you are so serious. Then? What's wrong with me? Take the woman outside, go to the nightclub to spend money, driving the sports car in Manhattan. How many times have you been in the entertainment magazine? Even if we have been exposed today, I have been driven out of the United States. Then I also dare to guarantee that you must have a disaster. Brian was not saying that there was no words. Open. Angelina pushed him and turned out of the laboratory. Chapter 407 Raytheon Warning. Heroes Collection. After Angelina angered, Brian seems to be suddenly awake. The sweet dating of the evening and gop, there is no dozens of sports cars, and there is no bag nightclub carnival, but it becomes like most couples. Eat, shopping, watch movies, and write homework. It's almost the same time. He didn't have a look at the hotel, but the taxi sent her back home. Scorpio. Sitting in a taxi in home. Brian recalls that the date of the tonight is, can't believe this is what it is arranged. However, Angelina has a saying, if he is so high, it will be stared at you. Once the identity is exposed, he has to go back to Wasanda, and completely bid farewell to the flower world. So in order to enjoy happiness for a long time, he must converge some. Brian leans the body on the back seat and smashes the head of New York in his head. After entering the Long Island, the high-rise building gradually went away, and only endless darkness outside the window, and the buttocks were called. Suddenly, there is a dark blue light in the distance. Brian guessed the electric flow of line faults, and he did not care about the rear seat waiting for the driver to send him home. Blu-ray found by Brian is not a spark of the power grid line, but Sol uses the universe Rubik's Cube, opened the door of the fan. In order to avoid Jason's pursuit, Saw and Rocky Business decided to shuttle all around the universe and deliberately left the clue in the universe. They want to use this approach to Numbson, try to extend the time found. After going shopping in the universe, after leaving a lot of clues, Sol finally led the refugees inners and went to the final destination. Earth. Long Island is a coastal shore. Thousands of refugees came out from time and space, and then sit around the rock next to the beach. The feeling of the back is always sad, and the refugee face exposes anxiety and uneasy expression. These days they have gradually learned the truth. After hearing the news of the Lordathian death, these refugees suddenly felt the top of the head collapsed. A stood under a dodine is absolutely calculated to be a clean soil. The people here live together, never worry about the livelihood, spend the laughter every day. A tuse protects them. These people are not divided into grain, without a little bit of life. Thinking is simple to be a child. It's hard to suddenly, I will take them into hell from paradise. These people completely sick gods have no lord, all like helpless sheep, and they will be crying together. See the feelings of the people, soulmate pressure, but think of the father's arrogance. He still clenched the hammer of thunder, jumped to a stone wall, and then learned his father's look, loudly encouraged. I came to the earth to avoid refuge, just temporary measures. As long as I am, you don't have to worry. After killing Jason, we will go back to our beautiful home. It turns out that the voice of the voice is also good. Sol's shallow speech, let the refugees are slightly gratifying, and the heart is reignited. Heimdall handed the rainbow sword, silently gazing Sol, and his face revealed a happy smile. Father's feather, strong enemy, the expectation of the people. So many heavy burners, pressed into Sol. But he did not be knocked down by the pressure, but quickly completed its transformation. From a reckless warrior, it became a broad king. As a year-old friend, he is very happy to see this day. After the speech, Saw found Heimdall and Rocky, said, we are now the most important thing to find the Avengers Alliance, but there are many Jason's restriction on the Earth, so we must do it carefully and cannot expose the identity. When I heard this, Liu Oqi immediately recommended, "You can go to Tony Stark. Other Avengers members are gone in the army. Only he lives in the high and ugly building. I can see it." Several people looked up and looked at Manhattan's high-rise buildings. Sully thinks about it, nodded. "Good idea, then you stay here, take care of Asahi." "No," Rocky immediately opposed. "You are holding a hammer in a helmet. This shape is too eye-catching. Don't forget, you are also a member of the Avengers. Can you still have your fans on the street?" "It doesn't matter, I can change a dress," Rocky continued. "Okay, how do you come to the Stark building?" "Hey, goalkeeper, I have an urgent matter to find Tony Stark. Let me go in, or I am Thunder Solo. Immediately gave me, otherwise Odin's watches will come to your head." These are all Amitkas used for Sully, which may be effective in other universe, but at this moment, it sounds the scalp. Heimdall grinned and Sol was full of face. Liu Oqi said, "Brother, you can't do anything to the earth, or let me go with you." When said, Sol frowned, staring at Rocky. His expression seems to be said, "I don't worry, will not be a ghost idea." "Don't look at me," Rocky said. "Father Feathers, Asahi felt to this point, I am not good in my heart, and on the way of killing Jason, we are standing in the same line." The words of Rocky, Hemda also helped the cavity. "Sol, you will go together." Interpersonal communication. Rocky is indeed more than you. Seeing that old friends say this, Saw can only point to agree. "Well, let's go." After half an hour, the brothers appeared on the streets of Manhattan. In order not to attract the attention of the passers-by, Rocky gives them a layer of illusion. At this moment, the outsiders seem to be just a common civilians. They rebuild the city. Walking on the sidewalk, Rocky looked up and hooked around. "Yeah, this is much better than you." "Is the Earth who should give you an award?" "What Nobel Prize?" Solhinden. Rocky's last visit, causing hundreds of thousands of deaths, and a city is completely ruined, and the Earth is sufficient to determine 10,000 death penalty. Now, Sol took him on the street in New York, and there was always a sense of guilty in my heart, as if I was a wicked person of the criminal. Rocky took the initiative but self-discipline, so he only took care of the road. More than 10 minutes have been gone, the two finally came to the gate of the Stark building. Even if it is already late, this building is still in the light, and there are dozens of security in the door, and the security of the security in the door. The two stopped, and Luoy smiled and asked, "Are you going to go?" Solby gave him a look and didn't speak. I have to admit that Rocky is more proficient than him, and Saw is just a way to open. Luoki smiled and laughed. "Walk in front of the building. Stand. Please show your ID." I didn't take a few steps, and security stopped him. Solly Station is not far away, and I saw that Rocky did not know what to say to security. The other party was obviously relaxed. The two stood in front of the door, finger pointing. After a while, Liu Oqi turned over alone. Saw asked, "Failed?" Liuoji shakes his head. Stex sells this building, moved to a base in northern China. Sol frown, "Is the base from here?" Rocky is the head. "It is very far, so I invite the friend to drive us." I heard the words. Solly was a surprise, and the face was curious. "What did you say to him?" "He is willing to drive you?" "The word skills are just part. The most important thing is this." Rocky took out a thick stack of banknotes from the pocket. "Bribe?" Sol suddenly realized, and it felt open the door of the new world. The security is going to get off work. After a stack of American banknotes, there is a Ford car, and the two are sent to the base of the North. Along the way, Rocky is very happy with security, and there is no trace of the intelligence of the year. And Sol is deprived of Rocky, and only boring is bored out the window. After arriving in Stekwa's new base, Rocky once again used his own words to get security. After some twists and turns, the brothers finally stepped into the base and saw Tony Stark, who was wearing pajamas, just pulled from the bed. Tony's eyes were not good to read the eye locker there, then rushed to Sol. "You can't come earlier, or come later." Sol expression sadness. Slowly, "Tony, my father died. As I was also ruined." I heard the words. Tony slept is all. Surprised. "Oh, By your father is not the owner of the gods. Who can kill him? Sol is staring at him. Jason Walter. What? Tony scared a spirit and instantly bounced from the sofa. Solly sighed and will slowly move about Jason's intelligence. I learned that Jason took 4 unlimited gems into the body, and formed a huge universe fleet. Tony was surprised, said not exported. Jason left the Earth for more than 10 years. Those who have been scored in time, have been gradually forgetful by Tony. He got married, with a lovely daughter. He likes the current calm life. But this is beautiful. It is broken. Jason, it's another. Everyone believes that he is already alone, and he didn't expect him not only dead, but it became more powerful. Before Tony walked to the wine cabinet, Tony poured the glass of wine and was shocked. When the mood is calmed down, he asked, "Do you have anything?" Sol said, "There is no way, can only fight." Jason's goal is infinite gem, so he will definitely come to the Earth. I have made some layouts in the universe. I can block his pace, for us to convene allies to gain time. Tony faces a sink. Allies? Yes. Solid. You, I, Steve. There is a big piece. Of course, the most critical is to find the Supreme Master. Tony said. Steve's hand seems to have something to contact the Supreme Master. I heard. Soulshy is overjoyed. Too good. Hurry to contact Steve. Come to visit the Supreme Master together. As long as she is willing to join, we will win. Tony drank a mouthful, low and not talk. Sol's excitement has not been there, urged, "Don't be stunned, please call." Tony shakes his head and continues to drink. Sol is full of face. What happened to you? At this time, Rocky opened. I guess that 2 of them have been completely broken. Just on the car, Rocky is set out from the security mouth. Among them, it includes the President of the world who shocked the world, and the subsequent Iron Man and the American captain have turned over. After Sol was reminded by Rocky. Suddenly he thought of security said. He didn't care unexpectedly for the contradiction between the 2. It's so critical now, not when they are angry. He worked. You must have his address, or contact us. Tony lifted his head, clicking on the virtual screen, saying, "Not bad. I tell you the address. You go to himself." Sol persuaded, "Tony, or you are not a planet, your address I don't understand." And even if I can convince Steve, do you finally fight with Jason? Do you have each other? Everyone is a teammate who has played side by side. What hate can't be put down. Tony is heavy to put the wine glass on the table. Sigh, you don't understand. Things are not as simple as you think. Sol did not believe in evil, asked, "Then you tell me, what happened to you?" Tony hesitated, saying, "I killed his best brother." "What?" Sol ye face, "Why?" "This is not my fault. It is his brother to kill my parents." Tony quickly explained, "You should understand this mood. Parents' hatred, I can't report." I don't know how to persuade it. He had to nod to agree. "Well, I can go to Steve, but you are still good." "Although I know this is very difficult." Tony shows slightly sad. He doesn't want to talk more, so you will open the topic. I immediately sent people to the refugees in Azar, and they were not suitable for public appearance before things, otherwise they will hit the snake. Okay, listen to you. In addition, you have to be careful. The Earth is now very bad. What happened to the Earth? Tony's voice is heavy. Clown. This thought that there is no Jason, they are in a discouragement, but everyone is too underestimated. The Clown organization hides the 3 years in African, and then suddenly consists of Takanda. Then use the 9-head snake and hidden in the inner ghost hidden in the God Shield, and control the president of Steve. And then control the vice president, support him to board the president throne. Now the Earth, whether it is political, business, media or army, all have been tested by the Clown. You will be careful. Chapter 408 looks for Ancient One. Peter is transformed. After Solo, I finally placed the refugees in Azad. But he just prepared to rest. The sky has already appeared in the fish. Seeing, he immediately gave up the rest and took Rocky to arrange a good plane. Sol's temperament, the style of doing things is also a thunderstorm. According to Tony's intelligence, Steve has been hiding in South America after escaped from the United States. 1 month ago shows that he is hiding in a small country in South America, and Sol's destination is the capital of the country. After the Saw was leaving, Tony had always been very worried that Steve Hart is cold and refused to help them, so they face Jason must defeat. But if Steve promises to help, they are bound to meet. Tony doesn't know what kind of gesture is facing him. Enemy? Old friend? Because I am worried that the situation will be out of control. Tony is not thinking about the tea all day. It is like a dead fertilizer to drink a TV. Even her daughter and his wife are cold. In the evening, the plane landed in the base. Tony went to the window. The plate was face, and the look was serious. Sol came out. Rocky is also coming out. After the two came out, the cabin of the machine was gradually closed, and the pilot was also prepared to go home from get-off work. Scorpio, Steve actually didn't come. Tony, frightened, deeply sighed. He is very complicated at the moment, a little disappointment, a little annoyed, and a little fortunate. The living room opened. Saw and Rocky came in. Tony sat on the sofa, did not find anything, turned to the head. Steve didn't come? Sol said. I persuaded that he is not willing to come, but he said if the war starts, he will help. In addition, he escaped from a pocket a black communication device. Steve gave me this. We can contact the Supreme Master with it. After getting the communication device, the task is completed, and avoids meeting with Steve. This may be the best result. Tony tightly a day of nerves finally relaxed, saying, then, don't wait, and contact the Supreme Master. Sol put the communication device on the table. Reach out to take a bottle. I won't use your Earth's electronic product, or come. Tony is also welcome to get the communication device to study. This stuff is made of metal, some cumbersome. There is a line of vintage screens and several physical buttons. See the material for some years. Tony only spent half a minute to understand the operation method, and then prescribed the communication button. Sending. A line appears on the screen. After a few seconds, the send is successful, and a flag is displayed immediately. Solly lost a bottle of good wine and asked, are you getting it? Tony did not know the nod or shake his head, and wander the road. The screen displayed successfully, but the other party did not respond. I'll try. When said, Sol took the communication from his hand and started call. The Supreme Master, I am Solo Old. The Battle of New York, you have saved me a life in Jason. The communicator has not responded. Now Jason's role's strength is more powerful than before. We hope to get your help. I will contact me after I hear the message in the north of New York. Sol is concluded for a long time, and there is no reaction to the communication device. Or let me come. Sol disappointing sighs tone and handles the communication. What is the meaning of the Supreme Master? Is she not willing to help us? Hey, what are you doing? Sol ran gladly and saw Tony took the toolbox to disassemble the connector. Let me see if this is bad. Tony is skilled to split the communication into a small part of the table. Then he helpless one shot of the brain stone. This communication can only contact, and there is no microphone, does not support voice function. What do you mean? Sol is in his face. That is to say, after the success is successful, the Supreme Master has received the news, and your true feelings are all white, all said to me. Tony smiled and spit. Sol's expression is embarrassed and asked, in this case, why didn't the Master come to us? Maybe she lives far. Take some time. Tony forced explanation. No, Sol is firmly said, Supreme Master is proficient in thousands of magic, including space magic. No matter where she wants to go, only one instant is needed. When Yan, Tony frowned. This is strange. Is it true that the communication is really fault, or the Supreme Master is dead? Sol shakes his head. The Supreme Master is the spirit of the Earth. If she is dead, the Earth has been invaded by the dark forces, and there is no such thing as Jason. What is this? Tony turned, continued to study the bunch of parts. After a while, Tony saw what I found, asked, the Supreme Master will leave the Earth and go to the alien ball. Sol thinks for a while and shakes his head. Tony raised a piece of part. The communication device is modified, and the replacement parts can expand the signal range to the universe level, and these parts are not Earth goods. Sol frowned and asked, what can this explain? Tony puts down parts, analyzed. This communication is reserved for Steve. Nickford. He said that if you encounter a major risk, you will start the communicator, and there will be a very powerful person to come to help. We all thought that this person was the Supreme Master, and he went back to see. It seems to be a bit first-oriented. We just contacted. It should not be the Supreme Master. Saw asked. These are guessing. Do you have any evidence? Tony took out the metal case and said, look, this communication process is very rough. The production time is at least decades ago. At that time, Nick Fury has not heard of the name of the Supreme Master. I heard it, Sultan suddenly realized. But he asked again, isn't the Supreme Master, who would it? Tony threw the shell on the side and said, who knows? But from tomorrow, you have to find the Supreme Master on the Earth. But you have to do not expose the identity. Okay, I understand. Saw and Tony have been busy looking for the Supreme Master every day, and Jason's 2 children are still living in a quiet and leisurely campus. After the goddess Blade Frisch, after spreading it in the campus, no one had a strange Lenovo. Perhaps in their view, the skinny goddess wins Frisch's strongman, is not a rare thing. The children of the big family, the strange things are also normal, such as golf, equestrian, and fighting. The only change is that Angelina is further improved in the prestige of campus. A beautiful, dignified, extraordinary, and has a heart to punish weakness, such a perfect goddess. No love. For a time, the poor students saved by the goddess Peter Parker became the lucky one in the eyes. Many people visited the goddess to talk to him, and also care about his injury, and there were many male students envy and hate. There is also a big ceremony to go to Frisch, let him also violently. All in all, Peter has been very happy these days. The original personality is self-contained, and he is not good to communicate with people. Nowadays, the face is always hanging on a shallow smile. After Angelina saved once, his life seems to be more smooth. However, the music is very sad. One day, Peter did not come to school, and some students were in listening to the teacher. I learned an amazing news. Peter's uncle, the one who grew up from childhood, like a man with a father, was shot by robbers last night, and died in front of Peter. Poor Peter just passed a few days, and the result is suddenly coming, and the top beam column at home has fallen. After classmates learned about this, they couldn't help but feel that Peter's fate is too miserable. When Peter's returned to school, he felt that his whole person changed. I don't talk to people in a few days. I always hang a noisy-full expression. I didn't listen carefully in the class. I started to sleep. In the campus restaurant, Angelina, Brian, and Genuine 3 sitting together, and Peter is alone and not far away. Brian looked at his desolate and said, this kid is a bit pitiful. Grim smiled and asked, when did you start to care about classmates? Brian shakes his head, no. It is some emotion. When they went to the country to go to Africa, the day did not feel more comfortable than him, and Brian estimated to resonate. Right, talk about Peter, I still think of a thing. Gwen suddenly said. It's last week, I am in Austro-Industrial internship, and the results have found that Peter has steals someone else's access card, and mix in the visit. Brian asked curiously, he went to OSHIM. It is difficult to pay attention to a professor's store under the interns. Unclear. Gop shook his head. He took off the team, went around in the company, was confiscated by my guard after discovered, and took him out. Brian is not interested in this topic, and looks to Angelina asked, lucky goddess. This kid is so miserable, don't you save him? Angelina looked up and the eyes were calm. What is it? Caring for it. Brian said, weekend I plan to send Per at home. You invite him together, to go to you yourself. Angelina had lunch, standing up and left. Go, said. Brian took the next to Peter. Hey, Peter Parker, right? Peter saw Brian, some are favored, yes. Brian straightforwardly, tomorrow is weekend, I will hold a party at home to invite students to play, you come together. This. Peter is a little, and some hesitate. Brian also does not waste. Picking out a business card labeled the address on the table. This is the address, time is 6 o'clock tomorrow. I know that I feel very bad, but if you don't want to live in the shadow, you will participate in social activities, which is conducive to painting. After that, he left the Jen's hand, leaving the restaurant. Looking at his back, Peter reached out and picked up the business card. The next evening, Peter rides the taxi, parked in the private road leading to the manor. In fact, his heart is very tangled. Don't know what you should not come. After giving home last night, he told this thing. I didn't expect him to encourage him to participate in the party, which made Peter finally determined. After the security inspection of the door, Peter went into the gate to see the luxury manor that made him tongue. Under the guidance of the maid, he came to the deputy hall. The 5-story high-level deputy hall flashes with dazzling lights, and the dynamic music seems to activate the human dance gene, and the table is full of food and wine. The students have a song dance, and the atmosphere is cheerful and drink. And Peter is sitting here, but it also feels with them in two different worlds. I just sat down less than 5 minutes. He couldn't help but wanted to leave. Hey, Peter, you are here. Brian and Gop, wearing a suit dress, smiling and walking. Hey, Brian. Thank you for inviting me. You are welcome. Don't be restored here. Brian handed him a glass of wine. The beautiful country is loose to the grass tube, but it is very strict to the drink of the wine. Peter and these students have not been able to drink alcohol. Canabran personally handed over the wine glass, but it is difficult. But Peter has only taken it. Want to come to the law, the box. Can't take the child of this big family. I have seen it. You rarely participate in party. After the two, Brian saw the blood. Well, yes, I don't like noisy. Haha, it is really hard to be you. It's better to go to the main hall, where it is quiet, Brian said. But there is not. Peter just listened. The main hall is the living room of the brothers and sisters, and the outsiders have not been invited to enter. It doesn't matter, I will say it with the bodyguard. Brian called the servant twice, then said, Go, Angelina, read a book in the living room. I heard that you also like to read the book. Maybe you have a topic. After Peter followed the maid, he walked to the front of the house. His head is awkward, and it feels like a dream. Angelina reads a book alone in the living room. Then I cannot be with her. Although this is not a dream, it is not true than dreams. The servant turned and left after he said a few rules. Peter took a deep breath and pressed a heartbeat. After the emotions were slightly calm, they wanted to clear the throat and sounded the gatehouse. Chapter 409 Villa Party, Lizard. The main martial artist opened the door, and after the Dao dynasty, he went straight to the living room. Angelina did not read books. She was relied on the sofa with a comfortable posture, holding a tablet, browsing the video on the network. Today is a rest day. Her dress is very casual, obviously didn't intend to participate in party. Take off the princess skirt and high heels, wear the elegant home clothes. Angelina has a little more than 1,000 miles away, and it is a little quiet and soft. At this moment, she is in Peter, as if constitutes a world-famous painting, completely printed in his heart. Angelina heard the knocking on the door, but did not hear the sound of the voice, looked up. Peter, how do you hear? She thought it was Brian or Jen, did not expect him to be him. Hey, Angelina. Peter is restored, and a pair of hands restless. I don't know where to put it. Hey, I am sorry to bother you. It is your brother to let me come. Angelina broke. What did he let you do? Well, he said that you are reading. So, Peter has some words. Maybe I feel that comment topic said is too weak. Forget it, you will sit casually. Angelina waved his hand. What? Wine? No, I don't get used to. Ice water will go. Peter went to the sofa. It may be worried about Angelina disgusting. He is far away, and the two have 5 bits between the two. The maid will prepare ice water, and Angelina enclosures after Peter, re-puts the attention on the tablet. Sitting for a while, Peter sweating. This quiet is more than the noisy party. Mister, your ice water. Ah, the servants came over with the silver tray. Suddenly the water cup poured toward Peter. Peter's eyes are fast, quickly pick up the cup, and a drop of water is not sprinkled. Pretty, Angelina is awkward, then looks at the servants who are squatting on the ground. Take a break, rub the ankle with the medicine. Thank you. The servant left the living room. Peter has a cup of ice water, and the blood-dropping temperature will be boiled. Then he turned to look at the side of Angelina, and he asked Courage, "What are you watching?" Angelina looked up and turned the tablet. "The new net read in the oil pipe is like a spider. Have you seen it?" Peter's expression was stiff, then showed a smile. Some stealing said, "I have seen it, but he called Spider-Man." All. Angelina retreated the tablet. "No, not the same," Peter defended. "This brother hits the crime in the streets of New York, so I can't call the spider, I want to call Spider-Man." Angelina turned his head, looking at him for interest. "You know him so much, this will not." Peter is bright. The expression is serious. Angelina frowned. "Spider-Man's activities are mainly concentrated in Queens. You still live in Queens. You shouldn't know him." "No, of course, I don't know." Peter slammed his mouth. "But I saw him hanging a spider silk in the building. It turned out to be like this. It seems that you worship him." Angelina casually. "Yeah, he is cool, very strong. The boys worship him," Peter said. Angelina turned his face, looked at him. "Mr. Spider-Man, so you are so guilty, don't you feel harm?" When said, Peter's confidence has become a mood. "What is your joke? I even can't play, how can I be Spider-Man? That guy can stop bus." Angelina smiled and handed the tablet in his hand to Peter. Peter took a look at it, and the hair of the body was erected. The text and data on the tablet are all the comparison of Spider-Man and his own information. Angelina took a bite on the table, said, "In fact, you are hidden." "A few days, I didn't expect you to be Spider-Man at all. But how long? Your uncle is robbed by a white person." From the next day, Spider-Man suddenly high profile, and the candidate of the crime is all similar to that murderer. "I think you are looking for you. Uncle is really fierce." "No, you think too crazy." Peter, pale, while smiling, shook his head and denied it. "I haven't finished it yet." Angelina pointed to the tablet. "I went down. The second pages and the third page recorded the activity time of Spider-Man, compared with your lifetime, both highly consistent. The fourth page is the FBI criminal expert. According to the spider-based address of the rule of law, your home is in the red circle. The fifth page is the chemical test report of spider silk, and the results showed the spider silk ingredients sprayed by Spider-Man, from the latest product of Ostro Industrial Lab. Coincidentally, you have a few weeks ago, you disappeared into visitors into the Osborn laboratory. Take a look at the sixth page. It is the surveillance video of Osborn, and your fingerprints and palm of your laboratory. Seventh page is a small experiment I have just made. The maid is my author, and the position of her, and the direction of the water cup is strictly calculated. You're perfect. Can't take a cup, and prove it to me. Now you have exceeded the limit of human nerve reflection. The panel recorded the evidence of tens of pages. Peter's face is horror, and it is still moving in place. Angelina said, tired, drinking a tea and savings. "Of course, these are not decisive evidence. You have countless reasons can be explained. But if this is the case, I can transfer this information to the FBI or God Shield. They will be interested in you." "No, don't alarm." In the last sentence, I directly break down from Peter's psychological line. Never let the intelligence organization discover their identity. This is the original intention of Peter wearing a tight dress and wearing a head. This society is far more complex than you see. Don't think that as long as you have a superior ability, the God Shield will open the arms and warmly welcome you. Peter is not an Iron Man. Not enough to manipulate the Congress and the government's capital. Peter is not the U.S. captain. He is not a war hero, not a few generations of spiritual beliefs. Peter is not Hulk. There is no strange force of torn tank, and there is no nuclear weapon to destroy strong flesh. Although just a high school, Peter is very clear. If his identity is completely exposed, then the biggest possibility will become a dog of the government. It has been performing a show in public during the day, and it has returned the territorial support rate. In the evening, I was forced to participate in various luxury pairs, and became the mascot of the top society. As for Peter to fight crime, maintain the dream of justice, it may always be dreaming. This is going to see your answer. Can you satisfy me? Angelina said with a smile. Okay, I admit. Peter put down the tablet and frustrated, I am Spider-Man. What? Oh, exciting resounding the living room. The two looked up. Brian and Gwen stood at the door, surprised. Oh, Scorpio. Peter's desperate brain door. You are bitten by the spider? How big spider? In the living room, Peter will start the end of the three people in the tray, and the brothers and sisters are very interested in this, asking a lot. Although they have superpower, it is the genetic in the father, and Peter is genetic mutation. Four people talk about a long time. Peter gradually relaxed, and the more speculating. For some time, Peter did not intend to find a few photos and some information in the relics of their parents. After the exchange of uncle, the parents used to be scientists in Austro-Industrial, and they were responsible for studying across-species gene transplantation techniques, and Professor Conant is a colleague. So Peter is mixed into the Astrophotics. If you want to see Professor Connors talk about his parents, the CEO of Ostro Industry is such a good, and others have not seen it, and they were also grasped by Gop of the intern. However, the Althea is incorrect, and Peter has unintentionally walks into the biotechnology laboratory of Ostro Industries, and the experimental spider inside bites a bite. After returning home, he was surprised to find that the strength of the body, agile and endurance, is a full range of improvement, but also has the sixth sense of transcendence. Just when he thought that his life would have to be extremely tight, Uncle's death completely let him fall into the bottom. As Angelina guessed, Peter has purchased the red-blue colored spider tights in order to find the murderer, from the Astrophotics, and open the career of fighting crime. But his righteousness has just begun. It is broken by Angelina. At this time, the tablet on the table jumps out of the news. Angelina took a while and later handed the tablet to Peter. Hey, Spider-Man, I think you have a job. News is a video taken by netizens. Connect to the bridge. In Queens and Manhattan District, a huge lizard is under the bridge, surrounding the scream of pedestrians. I have to go. Peter did not hesitate and immediately stood up. Do you wear this way? Gop reminded. Peter solved the shirt button and exposed the red-blue color tights. There are more than 10 kilometers from the bridge. I send a helicopter to send you, Angelina said. Yeah, we will go together, just watching nearby. Brian drank some wine, unusually excited. Okay. Peter has been dragged with the thief boat, can only be forced to agree. The helicopter roared to the sky, and it didn't take long before it appeared above the bridge. Look, the lizard is there, Brian said. A magnificent bridge is full of fire and blood everywhere. The lizard is in the defending of Stark, and the advantage is firmly occupied. The Guardian War has a powerful weapon, but the lizard will not only skin rough, but also amazing recovery. The intensive shell fries it into a serious injury, and it can restore the original shape. The paws of the lizard are very sharp, and the Guardian warfare produced by Alloy can't hold it. I am leaving. After get replaced, you will jump out of the cabin. He shot several slender spider silk in the air, rushed over the bridge, then chose a good angle to rush, and the empty man kicked the lizard. However, although he is handsome, he did not play. The lizard is relied on powerful strength and recovery ability, and it is nothing wrong with it. After a battle, the Guardian War armor was destroyed, and Peter was also never injured. However, the purpose of the lizard is not killing them. After the enemy of the road, he immediately left the bridge to go far away. Peter climbs up from the ground and is ready to continue tracking. At this time, his phone rang. Peter, I'm Angelina. Peter looked up and looked at the helicopter and asked, what's wrong? Don't chase, you are not the opponent of the lizard. When said, Peter shot a spider silk, chasing in the direction of the lizard. No, number. If you leave, there will be more people to die, Angelina said. New York has an Iron Man and Hulk, they will solve the lizard. Peter is firmly said, but they haven't appeared yet. But although I can't play it, at least I can drag it. I have been dragging to other heroes. Angelina is a bit annoyed. Peter, don't look too much yourself, now you will continue to catch up, you will die. It's not the limelight, this is my duty, and I am not so weak. Peter's voice suddenly a lot. Don't say it, I seem to find a lizard, old nest, said. Peter hangs directly. Angelina was holding mobile phones, full of angry. Relax, maybe Peter can succeed. Brian is looking forward to it. In addition to the sisters that are not dealt, there is no more than a superior class. This life is not much better. Brian's hopes from the heart, can have a good friend who is both kind, and can play together. After more than 10 minutes later, Peter came to call, and the tone was very urgently said, "Scorpio, you can't guess what I found here." "Say." Angelina is impatient. "That lizard is the guinea of Gop. Professor Connors." "What?" Gash exclaimed. Peter said, "Professor Connors' left arm disability. He has always hoped to treat your arm with cross-primary gene transplantation." "Wait a minute, this is impossible." Gen 10 breaks. This plan is still in the animal experiment stage, and there is no progress in the past years. Professor Connors, how could it be experimenting on himself? Peter hesitated, said, "After home, I found a string formula in my father's notebook, and then told the formula to Professor Carnation, because that is the final step of completing the plan." When said, everyone is speechless. "I have been in half a day. The original monster is created by you. I really have to be fat. I want to be responsible for this. You must stop Professor." Peter is determined. "Everyone, I need your help." Chapter 410, Brave Building. Peter is abused. This self-respecting little boys actively ask for help. It seems that things are serious than imagining. Angelina did not hesitate, immediately asked, "Of course, what do we need?" Peter is located in the corner of the water. Here is Professor Carnation hiding. The information on the wall, as well as the video in the computer, showing the evil plan of his upcoming. Professor has been governed by the strength. He wants to complete the dream, creating a human beings without defects. He wants to use the ostrophotics of Canuli serum launching device, to transmit lizard serum in the city, so that all citizens become he is like. Peter couldn't believe his eyes. Brian slammed his mouth. Disliked. "Oh, I don't want to become a ugly lizard." Peter agreed, "so we must stop him. Professor's power is amazing, and there is an allergic recovery ability. Only the serum can defeat him." "Jen, you are in Ostro Industry. Will you make a serum?" "God Total Tau, of course. I often help the professor to make serum." Peter said, "Too good. I need you to go to Ostro Industry to read across species files, which is a blue serum. As long as we take a step in advance to release blue serum, Professor and those who are infected will restore the original." Angelina is very decisive. "Okay, we will go right away." Peter reminded, "Dr. Al is also rushing to the building. You must be careful." Angelina responded to, "Take yourself." After hanging up the phone, the helicopter continued to move toward Manhattan. Night color black. Helicopter slowly landing on the top of the roof of Osborne. 3 people hurried out the cabin, and the glasses walked in the front road, and 1 bodyguard took out the gun guard on the side. "Elevator is here." Everyone pushed the roof door into the elevator to come to Professor Connors. Goguen light car ripen credit card enters, then sit on the computer before tapping the keyboard and found the blue serum that Peter said. "It is done. The serum production is completed. About 15 minutes. So we are waiting?" Brian didn't like passive. "Of course, there are many employees in this building. We have to evacuate them," Angelina said in the outside room. "No problem, give it to me." Gop input internal emergency evacuation code. Hey. In the next second, the harsh alarm sounded. Osborne's employees participated in fire training. After hearing the alarm, immediately put down the work on his hand, and he was in order to evacuate the building. After 10 minutes, the employee basically has been withdrawn, and only 3 minutes left from the serum production. There are only 3 of them in an empty laboratory, and the Gantt refers to the cylindrical instrument on the table. "This is Gani serum emission device," Angelina said. "We should hide it, can't let the lizards found." "Well," Gud nodded, climbed the table, ready to move the instrument. "Let me help you." Brian embarked forward, lifting the instrument and hiding in the laboratory locker. Boom. At this time, the building broke out. Under the building, as if the wall was hit by something. Brown brow wrinkled, said, "The lizard is coming. The serum is still not doing it." Angelina said, "We hurry. The lizard can't find the instrument. We'll definitely go to other floors. Then we take the opportunity to launch serum slightly, Gwyn station onto the test stage. Align the flame injector to the fire alarm. The flame sprayed and activated the alarm, and the fire safety door in the building immediately dropped. Although it is useless, at least it can be delayed. It's beautiful. You are really smart, Brian appreciated. Okay, hurried to hide. Several people immediately found a suitable place in the laboratory, each hid. Not long, heavy breathing and footsteps are far and close. Exclamation mark. The lizard reached out of the claw, and the metal guard door was destroyed in 3 or 2, and stepped into the laboratory. Everyone hurriedly slammed breathing and did not dare to issue any sound. The lizard has not found the canary device in the laboratory. Just when everyone thought he would leave, the lizard actually discovered the hiding position of the bodyguard, and extended the sharp claw to score the metal locker. The bodyguards immediately shot toward the eyes of the lizard. Boom. 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 The big caliber bullet is shot. The lizard is angry, then cover his eyes, and the other hand flies in the bodyguard, and suddenly torn into pieces. The lizard people look down and look down. The instrument is happening to hide in the corner. He reached his hand and went to Canada, and then went back to see the laboratory, and he left. 3 people are afraid that he kills horses, and has been hiding and dare not coming until the serum production instrument sounded the sound of serum production completion. He carefully came out. Gop's bald body of the body looked at it, and then the head was on foot. As the daughter of the police, her courage is bigger than many boys. But after seeing the body of the Blossoms, she was still shocked. Brian embarked forward, and the arm of the Gen was soft and comforted. Angelina took the serum and immediately called Peter. Peter, where are you? I am in the road. There are 3 streets from Osborne Building. How are you? We got the serum, but the lizard took the launch device to take it away. What? Then you haven't injured it? No. But there is a bodyguard to sacrifice. Scorpio, you are waiting for me in the building. I will go. There is not long after the hanging phone, and a black shadow appears outside the glass curtain wall of the building. Exclamation mark. Peter wearing red-blue tightening, smashing glass, turning over into the laboratory. Give you, Angelina threw the blood in the King dynasty. Thanks. I went to the top floor to release the serum. You should not run here. Peter was stable, and then turned out the window and disappeared between the eyes. After a while in the laboratory, Brian is hysterically proposing, it's better, we went to the top floor. What? You are crazy. The lizard people can tear you with a claw. Jen will not believe that the tone is amazed. Don't worry, we will look at the picture of the stairway, and the critical moment may help Peter. Brian walked to the body of the body, picking up the pistol on the ground. He is reasonable here, but Jen is still thinking too risk, so he helps Angelina. What do you think? Let's go. Angelina didn't think much, left the laboratory. Oh, Scorpion. God felt that his thono painted. Go, I will protect you. Brian excitedly pushed the Gen. Building roof. The lizard has launched the canary device. 2 minutes later, the green serum will be launched into the sky and become a cloud-shaped liquid covers the whole city. At that time, millions of people in New York will be infected. They make you a disease on the body, but the price will become a green lizard that will grow a tail. Professor Connors can only want to complete their dreams, and create people who have no defects. As for whether people are willing to accept, they are not within the scope of him. At this time, Peter has finally rushed to Tanzu. Professor, wake up soon. This is not true. You. The lizard raised the arms and smiled. I am me, perfect. I have a long arm, no need to wear glasses. Speed and strength is also unprecedented. These are all imagines. I have a defect with the formula, and everyone will become a lizard. Hey, stupid. Since you can get a perfect body, why people give up the original form? You shouldn't stop me. Professor Connors has been manipulated by serum, completely affecting your mind, and now he is not calm as before. See, unable to communicate, Peter puts an attack gesture. Professor, stop. I don't want to hurt you. Hey, if you can do it, try it, said. The lizard reached out and rushed to him. Peter uses a super fast reaction to dodge attack, flexible on the lizard people around. Through the battle just now, He is clear that the frontal combat will be by the opponent, and can only use the spider to control the actions, and then wait for the serum. His abacus is very wonderful, but the lizard is huge, but the reaction speed is not slower than him. Both sides only handed half a minute. Peter's movement was mistaken by the lizard. Tie the neck with a tail. He struggled, but he did not work. The lizard personally grabbed his hands and crushed the spider silk transmitter on the wrist. Without this, Spider-Man's fighting force suddenly reduced. 3 people squatted at the stairs and saw this scene. Worse, Peter is not an opponent. Brian frowned. What should I do now? Jenwin asked anxiously. Although she is increasingly brings, she is not willing to see the classmates in the class, so they have been killed by the lizard monster. What's more, or a classmate with super capabilities. If they can get today's hardships, the future days will definitely be more exciting, and the Jen is not wanting to live in a high school life. Brian looked at the gun in his hand, then turned to see your sister. Look seriously, you decide. This time I listen to you. Wen said, Angelina scornful. Brum is really a cock. This kind of thing is the most fascinating. No matter which kind of choice, will cause serious consequences. He actually gives yourself directly. It is really a friend. Look at Peter, who is going to be killed. Angelina is entangled in a heart. It seems that there is a dark two small people in the heart fight. One is an essential angel, one is a rational devil. How to do? What should I do? The lizard reached out Peter's head cover, satirical. Poor Peter, no father, no mother, no uncle, always one person. He is not alone. Wen said. The lizard raised his head. The roof of the stairs. 3 young people who are unpretty are standing together. Jen. The lizard recognizes her at a glance. For this beautiful interns, he has always been very satisfied, and she wrote a university recommendation letter for her. Professor Connors. Please let go of Peter. Jen immediately asked. Wen said. The professor took Peter to go out and heavily squatted on the wall. Are you friends? Oh, there is such a strong friend. You must not taste it around, but don't worry, just wait a moment, you can become as strong as him. Professor, I am human beings, I don't want to become a lizard. Many people don't want to become a lizard. This experiment will fail. Hurry up. Guten see Professor Conation can communicate, still trying to persuade him to know. Jen, I thought you were very talented, but I didn't expect you are as ignorant as they. Professor Hate Iron is not steel. Human beings go to land from the ocean, change many kinds of forms along the way, and my success represents the direction of new evolution. Why don't you understand? Why do you have to attract this broken and fragile body in front of you? Why is you not willing to open your arms to embrace this perfect form? Let your shit. Brian couldn't help but say, everyone turns into a lizard. I still have a sister in the future. Even if the brain is a future lizard world, Brian feels nausea to vomit. The professor glared at him, and then heavy sighing, and didn't want to talk to the people who were addicted to the world. That is simply a cow piano, waste tongue. Anyway, these students have nothing to resist, and most is to fight the gun. As long as you wait for half a minute, everything is over. They don't accept it. Last question. Do you really decide? Brian clenched his fists and asked Angelina. I don't know. Do you have a better way? No. Brian was disappointed. It seems that you have to say goodbye to a good life. What are you talking about? I can't understand how I don't understand. The grind wrinkled. I don't know what the brothers and sisters are playing. Jen. Brian turned his head, and he looked at her. I am sorry, I have been deceived. God hears this sentence, and suddenly foggy. Brian no longer explained. The look on the face gradually seriously. At this moment, he didn't have a light floating of the flower Bernard, but a little bit of a bitterness. Hey, ugly lizards, hurry over and die. Roar. I heard the words. The lizard came back and returned. But he saw a fist to become bigger, bombarded on his face with a very fast speed. Boom. A huge sprinkle. It seems to be flattened. The lizard is instantly flying out, and the huge head has severe deformation. When the limit is reached, the head is like a large watermelon. Chapter 411 Brothers and Sisters, Amazing Discovery. Brian's punch put the head of the lizard into a meat, and put it out of the accumulated grievance. Waiting for him to return to the head, Jen and Peter glanced, like looking at the alien. "Hey, the general will come." Grid is trembled, asking, "Brian? You?" Her smart head is a blank, and the huge information flow directly causes the brain downtime, the stagnation of thinking. Peter's tolerance is stronger than her, but from the arc of the mouth and the eyes, the two are scared half of the 8 too. Since obtaining superiority, Peter's self-confidence expansion. Although there is still a respect for Brian's campus king, there is an age arena and social background factors. From a personal point of view, Peter is not losing to anyone, and the future will be more bright than they. However, Brian shocked his inexplicable self-confidence. The strength of the lizard is the clearest, and his fist is not wearing the other's skin. Even if the Guardian War is in the abuse, it is only subject to the skin trauma. It can be such a skinny monster, which is actually killed by Brian's punches, which is too incredible. With this pervert, Brian is definitely not a general importance. But why should he hide this power? It is natural and indifferent. I don't want to punish evil, Marism like myself. There is still other deeper reasons. Peter gradually calmed down, frowned, and looked at Brian. "Peter, don't be stunned. Replace the serum quickly," Angelina urged. "Good." Peter was interrupted and immediately stood up. Brian went to the edge of the rooftop, looking to the ground street with the eyes of the eagle. The lizard fell from a few hundred meters, like a big cake, and it couldn't come down. Suffering from such a huge, the abnormal recovery power could not save him. Boom. Canary instruments will replace the serum radiant into the sky, then fry into a blue cloud fog. As the clouds slowly land, those who are infected by lizards are gradually restored. At this time, the dark night sky took a light as a comet. Everyone is going to see, it is a brand new steel armor. "Hey, it's really happiness." Brian is bruising. From when starting, New York's Guardian Iron and Steel Man, like the New York police, like it is late. The lizard is dead. "It seems that I missed a good show." "Children, this monster is you solved?" Steel warfare is suspended in half of the air. The voice of Tony Stark came. "Hey." Gud was careful, but it did not open it. "Yes, the new hero of New York, Spider-Man." Brian introduced him. When said, Peter looked at him. Such a big credit he actually arched. Brian really does not want to expose his strength. Do you have a hard work like himself? An incredible idea flashed in the mind. Peter finally decided to let this pot next to him. "Is you killing the lizard geeks?" Tony confirmed again. Peter stepped forward. The courtesy nodded. "Yes, mister. You are really good. Listen to the sound. You are still a child. It is really auspicient." Tony briefly appreciated. The times are changing, and this city also needs fresh power. Brian is mixed with a wave. Tony, of course. He heard him mean, but this is indeed his responsibility. "Sorry, people who have been old. The legs and feet will always be sluggish." Tony's unrequited apology. After the tempering of time, Tony's personality is not as aggressive as younger. What's more, this object is just a high school student, and he does not make it with your child. No matter what, things solved. "Thank you, Spider-Man. This is my job." "This is also my duty, sir." Peter's polite response. Tony nodded. Very good for this polite child. Before leaving, he also sent an invitation to Peter. "Child, have time to sit here, your clothes are pass." After a circle, Tony left. Only 4 of them left, and there is a bit embarrassing. Brian. Silent for a while, GWW Win first breaks the silence. The two have been in love with each other, and there are still a long time. She took all the secrets and the plate, but she didn't expect Brian to hide such a big thing. As a girlfriend, she felt that she was qualified to ask this question. But she didn't say anything. I was interrupted by Angelina. "Jen, each of us belongs to his own secret. Although you are a couple, you don't need the route of the roots. Keep the mystery." Is not a bad thing. You just know that Brian is not malicious to you, because he is him saving us from the lizard man. After a while, Guan Wen hesitated, and finally closed his mouth to say, "Okay, I understand." Peter also told Lee, it was accepted this proposal. After a few minutes, 4 people appeared on the streets outside the blockade area. "Brian, thank you." Peter said thank you, then swaying the swing. Jen also reached out to stop a taxi and said, "Brian, Angelina, we see tomorrow." Brian smiled and said, "Well, I wish you a good dream." Grim is a laugh. "Tonight's party is really exciting. I may have to insomnia." Things happen tonight far more. The brothers and sisters are not a bit no longer slow. They didn't call baby darts, but the side of the road in an empty street. Seeing Angelina did not talk along the way, Brian thought he was worried that things would be exposed. So comfortable. Reassured, although there is some accident, but the result is not bad. The Jen is very strict and will not sell us. "I saved Peter's life." Well, I will hit him again. "Don't worry, just continue to maintain low-key. Our big probability is still able to finish college." Angelina turned to him, an expression of hate. "The iron and refined steel," reprimanded. "You really can't forget New York's sexual life." "I just didn't think about it at all." Brian curiously asked, "What do you want?" "So serious." Angelina looked up at the night sky, and the tone was serious. "From the lizard, it is completely ended until things. This process is about 2 hours." Guardian armor activated in the first time, indicating that Tony Stark knew the situation of the lizard. After the guards were destroyed, there was no other reinforcement to arrive. Even the Stark himself was too. "I didn't appear after 2 hours." "You said, what did he do for this long time?" This question is to take Brian to take the way. He tried to analyze, according to the flight speed of steel warfare. Maybe a foreign holiday, or you will be entangled." Angelina nodded. "Yes, I just contacted Stan Philunkel. He said that the Shin Shield did not have the outbound information of Dakak. If it is a holiday, is he necessary to sneak out?" Brian collapsed and said, "What do you mean?" "Stark is back to the God Shield. Do you have some things that you can't see?" Angelina nodded. "I think the possibility is very big." Stake showed great interest when he faced Peter's new generation. However, the two did not exchange more. It is obvious, he is anxious. "Where to go?" "Let Peter go to the Stark base to find him." After listening to this analysis, Brian also noticed is not right. Disappointing. Unfortunately, let him run. "If you find a problem earlier, I can quietly track the past." Reassure, he can't run. Angelina confident. You have given him a tag." Brian is full of surprise. "Well, hurry." Angelina waved softly and summoned a colorful element. Under her precision control, the 15-shell combination was collided in order, and finally felt cached as a star shower. The body of the two gradually became transparent, and the sound of breathing and heartbeat disappeared. "I thought that Stark hides any secret corner. I didn't expect to track the destination." "It is located in the Stark base in the north of the state. The brothers and sisters are looking for. However, it is coming, and I am sure to visit." And the two snoozed into the private residential of Stark. Tony's house has the highest level of security and has a lot of black technology that does not have to enter the market, but Angelina can do so much. She once again showed the magic, with Brian passed through the wall that can resist the missile bomb. Spacious living room. Stake took off the black home clothes, smashed in the sofa and chatted with Solly. The brothers and sisters saw Sol, and suddenly ate it. "I don't know why, I feel that this thing is in my heart and I can't get a dry system." "The big lizard is solved?" Sol asked with a mouth, apparently believed to Tony's strength. "Well, but I am later, and the lizard has been killed by a few children." Remembering Spider-Man, Tony smile. "Child? Look by yourself." Tony slides the virtual screen, starts playing the video of Spider-Man in the streets. Sol saw a while. There is no special expression on his face, but Tony is somewhat excited. "I pay attention to this child for a long time. It is a plastic talent. It is just too young, the mind is unstable, and the impulsive is impulsive." "So shy. Do you want to cultivate him into a successor?" Tony laughed and shook his head. "Now that the successor is too early, this kid has a long way to go." Solo nodded and then opened the topic. "How is it tonight?" Tony rode, "Slightly progress." I heard the words, and Sol made a spirit. "What did you hear?" Tony drunk, said, "The geese has a message, people have left the mark, The Supreme Master stays in the earth. It is impossible to get in touch with the outside, so I started to investigate the rumors that have been passed through these years. One, it caused my idea. A man can't be embarrassed because of work injury accidents. Both hands are almost moved. You may not understand, but this level happens in the earth. Even the best doctors have not cured him. He is accepting him. I gave up after a period of rehabilitation. However, he suddenly disappeared from the United States for 2 years. When he returned to China, the spine was actually miraculously cured, and it was able to walk with normal people. So I found him and paid a message fee. He told me that he cured his place called Kamatai, but it was not easy to find it. The facts prove that he said yes. I spent a whole day, and there was no one heard this name at all. When Yan Saw asked, "Do you think the Supreme Master lives in Kamaji?" Tony said, "Of course. In addition to her, who can create this miracle?" "Well, then I will help you tomorrow." Calling up Roro, "I don't have a leisure, let alone him." "Haha, right." After the two drank a bottle of pure barley whiskey, they went back to the house. "They are looking for an ancient mage." "Why?" Angelina is full of face. "Maybe what trouble is encountered," Brian said. "What is the trouble? What is it necessary to protect the gods?" The brothers and sisters are pupil, then the eyes are bright, and they raise their heads. Who can let two superheroes such as sitting in a needle felt, or even the world looking for the Supreme Master? Only him, only the man. "Hurry, you go to track Stark." "I will track Sol." "No problem." Angelina rapidly took up with Shang Tsung. After a curved neutral passage, a huge metal door appeared in front of her eyes. Behind the door is an empty underground world, which is divided into several areas, and hundreds of thousands of people live here, and listen to them, and use it at all. See Sol, these people are warmly surrounded. What is the eight-tongue? Scorpio, is these people are the Azar? Can they not be the people of Odin? Why do you appear on the earth? Angelina was surprised to frown. Because the language is unlocked, there will be no more gains, and she turned and left the basement to find Brian. Convergence. Come to the living room. Brian has been sitting on the sofa. So fast, didn't find a clue? Brian's expression shook his head. Stark is talking to his wife. Angelina was talking over White. Let's go, I found the little clue here. On the way home, Angelina told Brian with his discourse. When said, Brian excited, great, if you guess it is true, then we can do it. Mother will also look at us. Angelina nodded, but when it is not a hero, we will talk to the house right away and tell the mothers all the situation. I know, let's go. Back to Long Island Manor. Participating in party has already dispersed. The brothers and sisters walked into the main hall and then took out the traits, and contacted their respective mum. Brian is connected to this. Son, what happened? Brian controls the trembling of the body. Try to calmly. We found the father's news. Chapter 412, Heidi A. Friends. On the phone, Harley was on the spot, and he couldn't believe his ears. What do you say? You find? Yes, I found news about my father. Bryant didn't finish it, and the ear suddenly sounded the voice of the mother. Where is he? The brothers and sisters suddenly turned back. Only two mothers lifted the phone, and the excited body trembled. Okay, I didn't expect you to be so excited. Brian hangs and bringing them to the living room. Angelina reforms into a prostitute, and he is sitting around his mother, quietly looking at Brian's performance. We tracked Tony Stark, and sneaked him with Ray God, found that they were looking to the master, and as I didn't know what happened, all the residents were transferred to the earth, and they lived in Stall, the base of Gran. In front of Angelina, Brian has always been a stupid existence that will only make mistakes. But today, he finally exhausted his head, not slowly inviting two mothers. After listening, Harley asked, what is the relationship with your father? Brian is ready to be prepared. Our analysis should be that Asgard has encountered a big happening, then Sully ran to the earth to Tony Stark, but only their strength is not enough to solve it. This trouble, so I want to find the Supreme Master. Belmad shows, said, so you think that Sol is encountered by your father? Brian nodded. Yes, the Asgard people have a hatred with his father, and they will not easily spare them. And they have unlimited gems in their hands, and their father's wishes are not to set 6 unlimited gems. Although there is no direct evidence, the analysis of Brian is still a bit reason. It seems that in the United States for 2 years, the son has grown a lot. Harley is gratified. Praise, you don't do this. Brian grinned, smiles like a pure boy. Even if he is a good fortune in the United States, Harley's absolute authority still affects him. Mother, then what should we do next? He wanted to take the Iron, defeat the Avengers Alliance, and won the head work in this battle. Next, let's take over. First confirm the truth of the things and do it again. He said. Brian is a stall, disappointed. What is it? No, you will continue to go to school. Angelina wants to invite 2 days. Follow us to participate in the investigation. No problem. Of course, I am very honored, Angelina said. There is a problem. I have a problem. Plain wronged. Big spit. I also have a credit. I have to participate. Harley shakes his head. No. If you guess it is true, I believe that your father will come back quickly. And the Avengers Alliance is forced to enter. The desperate will definitely dance the wall. When you are chaotic, no one is guaranteed to guarantee you safety. Don't need others. I have strength to protect myself. Brian is angry. And why can Angelina? Hallian sense, child, this is a war. Your strength is a tool down on the waves. As for Angelina, we need her magic. But I also want. I know, but still wait for you to talk again. Harley said. Good. Then the tone turned. Or, you can escape from my hand. I agree with you. Said. She slowly reached out with her son. Brian, forget it. Angelina also wanted to persuade him to give up. No, I want to try it. Brian stood up and tied the double punch. Hey, boom. The voice just fell. Brian's ear fried, and the air in front of the A's had a cut. Space imprisonment. Brian is trapped in a cubic space. He slammed his punch, but he was bombed back, and the eyebrows were crumpled. Hallie asked, do you want to try it? Brian has tried several times, and the cracked layer is still firm, and he can't help but feel a little frustrated. When I was a child, my body was not developed, and I couldn't break the space barrier. You can enter the youth. His strength is flying, and the results are still so cruel. Brian shook his head. Enough, I give up. Harley unwaked space imprisonment and looked at the lessons of his son. According to your talent, if you seriously train these years, you can break the imprisonment. But now your strength does not enter back. The reason? Don't say more. Brian is low, and it is frustrated, and he does not send. Mother's lessons are correct. In the beautiful country, Brian did nothing in addition to harvest the title of Hype of Woody Prince. Even those girls are willing to roll up the sheets with him, and they will lose more than the home background provided by their parents, as well as the color of the sky. If you leave these innate factors, you don't have the achievements of your own, and you will have a second generation that only eats drinking. Anti-view Angelina, even if it lives in the temptation of dreams, she still holds their hearts, unremitting pursuit of dreams, hard practice magic skills. Although the two brothers recently did not have hand, but this is already known. Let's go. Harley had a gas in his heart and he did not want to talk to his son. This little rabbit wings. Even the mother's order began to yin. Could Harley is a royal mother, and the heart is soft. I can only wait for his father to come back, and then polish this piece of plane. Throw Brian in a villa. 3 women sneaked into the Stark base. The next morning, there was Sanda Hall. The clown organization gathered together with the party, and Stanford also participated in this meeting through virtual projection. Harley, Chiron and Belmore were all informal, sitting in the ring conference table. The two people look hotly to the same party. The voice trembled. Tell you a good news, Jason. We'll come back. In this way, the lively hall suddenly soared. The same expression of the party is sluggish, as if you have some points. Quiet for 5 or 6 seconds, the whole boom boiled. What do you say? Jason wants to come back. When? Where is the intelligence from? Is it reliable? Today is not April 1st. The two have been opposed to each other, and the face is smiling. This scene is really a long time. Belmade waved to be quiet, and he promised several times, and the people pressed the inner ecstasy, and the IL looked at them. Belmaid organizes a good language and will take things last night to talk to them. After one night of investigation, they finally pandered from the Knight of Stark and the Little Pepper. After listening to the words of Belmad, the table is excited to have a table. 4 universe fleets, 4 unlimited gems. I didn't think about leaving the Earth for more than 10 years. Jason has been strong to this point. Everyone likes. There is excited to take the table. Ghost cry. There is a depression for many years. I finally see hope. The result is very frivolous. On behalf of the Parliamentary Hall, the highest power center in Wasanda, at this moment, it is like a group of magic. Those or steady or cold with the party, completely put down the psychological bags, and discharged to depicting many years of emotions. Belmad is not stopped, patiently waiting for them to vent. The clown organization, although the appearance looks powerful, the internal struggle and the sharp contradiction have not stopped. It is because of the organization of the group. Everyone has superpower who is not convinced, and it has become a small group. Now, Jason is about to return, and the clown is returned to the right track. What makes them happily, after conquering the Earth, they will break into the vast universe. This has a powerful attraction for any Earth people who have never been far away. The cheers of the hall gradually calm. Belmad released the topic of today's conference. Since the Avengers, I want to find the Supreme Master's water war. How should I deal with? It is first to start all of them, or patiently wait until Jason returns to Jason. This is indeed worth discussing, but look at the expression of this group of wilders. It seems that it is no longer available. This group of people, look at me, I will see you, then inexplicably laugh. Belmaid also said, it's hard. I have opened hundreds of meetings in more than a decade, or the same party's opinion is the same. Hyle smiled and said, Jason wants to come back. You can't let him see the same party of our recruit, one by one like a splurry, and strike the nose. Forequest embarrassment. The most fierce is not you. Someone smiled. Hyle anger, who said, give the old lady. Everyone laughed. On the morning of the next morning, Angelina and Brian took a special car to China Technology High School. However, in the classroom, both people have some hearts, and when they look up at the sky, fortunately, they usually belong to the class that is not seriously listening, and the teachers don't think there is any abnormality. From the afternoon, the brothers and sisters bring Peter and Jen, together with the dining, to the canteen. Say, what is that? Oh, Scorpio. Suddenly, the small garden lively. All students looked up in the sky. On the distant skyline, there are many strange black objects, densely numb, covering the sky. The brothers and sisters opposed each other, and the face showed a strange smile. That is the spaceship. Peter is very vision, and in addition to the two brothers, he is the only person who knows clearly. What? Gud was surprised to see, but only saw a black pressure. I didn't read the wrong. It is really a spaceship. Peter frowned. Strange, this spaceship is never seen. Is it the secret of the military? Angelina pushed him and urged, don't look, come with me. Peter looked at him confused. What happened? Do you know these spacecraft? Brian hosted his neck. If you want to live, don't ask. Hurry. The 4-man hand escaped from the campus. The harsh air defense warning sounded. Hoot, hoot, hoot. The pedestrians on the street looked up at the sky, and the faces inexplicably. These people are too big. The New York incident is more than 10 years, and the vigilance of dangerous events has fallen to this extent. Peter heard the air defense alarm, hesitated for a few seconds, and then stretched his hand to the backpack, ready to replace the Spider-Man tights. What do you want to do? Brian took a backpack. Brian, New York is an accident. Let me return the backpack. Peter is anxious. New York has something to have a yarn relationship. Really treat himself as a savior, or the sentence, think about it. Brian took the backpack. Peter seems to know what, the expression is strict. What is the end of these spacecrafts? What do you know? Peter, don't ask more, we won't hurt you, hurry up, Angelina urged. Peter finally got a man. He hid Angelina's hand, then refunded a few steps. No, you don't say clearly, I won't go. Who is you? Angelina and Brian have a look at it and face it. They are the children of clown Jason Walter. Those spacecrafts are the fleet of the clown. Suddenly, the Gentile breaking the air machine on the side. Brian was a bit surprised, but Angelina's expression was not very unexpected. Sorry, I went back to check the information. I was not very confirmed. But you just show, let me firmly guess my guess. Jen is full. You are actually. Peter glanced over his eyes. Yes, Jen said. Is right, we are indeed Jason's children. Brian pulled the voice. How? Mr. Spider-Man wants to be a day? Peter's stories. The huge amount of information was once again caused. Angelina said, Peter, Jen, you calmly think that in 2 years we have hurt you once? Is there a violence to other students? No, I know, but you. Peter cried. Why didn't he think that let his soul wrapped around a 2-year goddess? Actually his most despised, the most hatred of a big evil person, Jason Walter's biological daughter? Sure enough, his life is a tragedy, even if it has exceeded superpower. My father is my father, we are us. Although I can't agree with some of my father, I still stand in my parents. Angelina is omnipotent. This sentence, I can't agree with it. God is serious. Looking at the seriousness of the grid, Brian's expression is stiff, and unfortunately shook his head. Angelina looked at the two, and the eyes were gradually indifferent. I understand your mood, but I still hope that you will abandon the fantasy, see the reality. If you finally choose to stand on the opposite side, I swear absolutely will never be in hand. This hesitated. Peter's heart hurts, and his face exposed the difficult expression. It seems that you can't understand it. In a short time. It doesn't matter, even if you don't follow us. You can't die if you don't close to the battlefield. Brian helpless sigh. That is here. I hope I don't meet in the battlefield. Angelina is more than him. After finishing, she waved his arm, and the sky took many element law. A shower blows. The brothers and sisters have disappeared. Thump. Peter fell on the ground, and the look was like a corpse. Chapter 413 is coming to New York. The battle is fierce. The appearance of the Emperor of the Vastaruka Hall in New York. Black Cloud Punish City is destroyed. Thousands of spaceships are in turn, and the wind is cold and magnificent. A Mexican biscuit store in New York. A shop chef and boss and his friend sitting in front of the window, showing concerns about the feelings. There are external enemies to enter, and hundreds of guards in New York City are immediately activated. The sky has been printed in the sky and rises to the fleet. Brothers, I will go first. Franklin stood up from the seat and replaced the new energy tag produced by Zenjin. He jumped out of the abdomen. Hatred. Tens of thousands of clown warlings followed him. The Deetrongus battleman is like a locust transit, and the horsepower welcomes the Guardian. Brothers, kill them. The two sides of the force is completely less than, and the flower of the clown warlord is shot. In an instant, the blue laser is spread through the sky, hitting the Guardian war armor and exploding a group of flames. Hundreds of guards were all chemical into a gray, and the Franklin was first, leading the armored army to the Starker. The dramatic explosion will be immersed in the New York citizens in the illusion. At this moment, they finally realized that New York was attacked. The kind of weakness appeared again, as a decade ago. What should I do now? New York City is chaos. Watching the citizens escaped by the Huang, and the Jen is worried. Mew is still at home. I have to go back to bring her to a safe place. Peter, silent, finally made up his mind. I heard the words. The Jen is slightly surprised, but it can also understand. Put your loved ones first, but it is human condition. This is not very good. As for the positive battle with the clown to organize, although it is a bit, in other words, the time worker is Junji. People who have a little social status in this year know that it is not a national head of the country, but is located in Wasanda, Africa. Peter may not be aware of this, but he is at least the terrorist strength of the clown. After the mutation, he even brain couldn't be able to qualify for the frontal battlefield. It is better to protect some ordinary people. Well, let's go. I have to go to my father. I hope that these intelligence in your hand help him. The two are in the intersection, and each family is looking for Aunt Dot. The alarm sounded, and the stake base was busy as a group missile defense system opens, tanks, fighters, and thousands of mercenary handheld weapons. Tony replaced with nano-war armor, standing alone on the roof, and looking at the army. Tens of thousands of guards and fighting drones have been launched. They will be responsible for blocking the Clown Warfare army in the air. Clean Clown Warner is made by Zenjin. Only this fight will have lost. Fortunately, Tony didn't expect them to win, and he is going to be delayed, waiting for the arrival of the army. Not long, Saw and Rocky appear behind them. As our people have been going to go? Tony asked. When the Wasander fleet appeared, they knew that they were disclosed, so they immediately took all the residents to withdraw. All the residents immediately. Saw was tightening the hammer, nodded. They were transferred to a wasteland in northern Europe. There are Heimdall Guardians. They will not be dangerous for the time being, including your family. I can rest assured that. I learned that my family is safe. Tony also put down the stones in my heart. I can let go. The Wasander fleet stopped at the sky outside the base. Soon, the front of the people flicker. Harley known has the same party in the base. This group of people finally came. Tony's eyes were not good. Close the warfare mask. Even if the head is referred to by thousands of guns, the same party is still not afraid, laughing with the three people who want to take the roof. It seems that they have not put them in the eyes. Harley stepped forward. The tone is peaceful. I just say a word, I will give you a life of the universe, on the mouth of the mouth. Guns have not taken it. I just say one. I rolled out the United States. I will spare you. Oh. Harley smiled and the expression was gradually cold. Since I talk about it, let's play space imprisonment. Harley waved. The space of the entire base was all impressed. Those mercenaries were shocked, and they want to pull the trigger, but found that the body could not move. John is instantly, and the cold is covered in 4 weeks, and any objects will be treated with ice sculptures, including tanks, armored vehicles, and air defense missiles. Everyone flashed to the air to prevent it from being affected by the wave. David looked at the roof. 3 people issued an ultrasound. At this time, Luoki took out the cosmic cube. The split layer of the surrounding space disappeared, and the space was released. When everyone recovered, Tony shouted, "Joys!" Boom! A hard roof is broken by a red gold tattoo. A styling, Steel Warfare, has a special model, floating in half an air. It is short and fat. The arms are a pair of round and thick ultrasonic transmitters. Joyce manipulated the armor to raise his arms and shot a strong ultrasound. Boom! 2 ultrasound meta in the air, accompanied by a harsh sound, mutual offset. After the employment of the mercenary, he immediately raised a single military artillery developed by the Stequian Secrets, aiming at the same party in half of the air, and standing in the same place. John Swick. Hey! A piece of artillery is shot. With a dramatic explosion, the stake base is on the outside of the Stark base, and the smoke is rolling. When the black smoke gradually dispersed, the same party is scattered around, safe and sound. Without Harley's space for feeding as a defense barrier, they can only have the same experience in the sea. Harley, David, ha ha ha. What is the taste of being targeted? In addition to the base, the first Franklin, which is targeted, causing super ability failure. Ridiculous. Harley eyes are gloomy, and the face is not good. Go to death, black ghosts. David broke. The energy level of the universe is far more than Harley's 9-level super rubies. As long as Rocky has been holding it, Harley's superpower is not used. And Tony's nano-wallow is he wake up for many years. Although the suppression effect does not have the universe, it is so horrible. But it is enough to make David's strength to discount. Is it feeling cool? Of course, it is unhappy. It is extremely unhappy. At this time, 4 people appeared outside the base. 1 group, 1 party rushed, and 1 party jumped by brute force. Harley is clear, and the face is somewhat not good. The 2 of the winds of the wind are of course Angelina and Brian, and the latter is clearly reached by the prohibition. As for the 2 stupids, it is a U.S. captain who is a U.S. captain after the Green Giant Hulk. Angelina, I think we can get these 2 monsters. Brian violated the mother's order, and at this moment, he did not dare to see her. Okay, be careful, Angelina helplessly boarded. Reassure, let's one. After finishing, the two changed the direction to block Hayek and Steve. Well, it seems that we have a helper. Tony looked at the two giants in the distance, and the look was somewhat complicated. Although the two have a blood sea hatred, Steve has no food, and I late nibble in New York. For a time, Tony is still grateful than embarrassment. Harl looked at the two rabbits and worried. Hawk and the team are famous for a long time, and the busy guys are not in trouble. Steve, old friend, he is mine. Alex took the initiative to help two children. Harley nodded, then looked at the universe of the Rockies' hand. Jan said, "The train head, grab the universe, no problem." The voice is just falling. The train head is superior. In an instant, the surrounding time seems to stop. Only him can live freely. He quickly ran to the roof, and he was ready to take the universe's magic. Okay. The train head is surprised because his hand passes directly through the body of Rocky. Illusion? No, not illusion. In order to deal with the clown organization, Tony, several people have almost studied with the superiority of the party. They have long been expected to take the speed advantage to force the Cosmic Ruby. So Rasiki has been drilling it, and finally learned how to use the Rubik to move the body part to other space. As long as this move does not change, it is somewhat, the Rocky is invincible. In the form of a trip, it is advantageous to the Avengers, and Tony can't wait to take them apart. Joyzy. Family mobilization. Okay, sir. The Stark base made a dramatic jitter, and hundreds of Mark series fighters flew out from the equipment library, surrounded by a circle behind Tony. Looking at the face, Tony is calm. Cry them. The voice just fell, and the Mark series tact is all dispatched. Tony and Sol are also following it. As for Rocky, he still hugged the universe's square to stand on the top, responsible for maintaining the stability of the surrounding space. The Cosmic Rubik is not only perfectly suppressed to Harley Chiron's superpower, but also opened the empty door to help the Avengers avoid attacks. Even if the clown tissue has transcended the Avengers, in this case, it can only barely play the situation of the 5-5 open. At this moment, the sky is in the sky, and it is swept away with a very fast speed. The death, this guy finally shot. Harley, who was in a hard battle, looked at the black cloud, complained. This late guy is the thorns in the clown, Volden magic. Viewlid demon is not complicated with other homologs, usually do not participate in decisions within the organization. Since he has learned from the Supreme Master, he is running around the world, while making a soul manager, while thinking about the magic of this world. Before departure, Hallwill told the plan in advance that he didn't think he was still a step. There is an ugly face in the black cloud. He overlooks revealing the laughter. This guy. Tony brow wrinkle. Be careful, this guy is the magician. Sully looked at the dark clouds and immediately horring the hammer of thunder. The first time I saw such a ugly magician. Bang. A lightning is flashing, hitting in the dark clouds. However, the Volt magic did not know what magic actually can temporarily abandon the flesh, and the shape of the clouds can appear. Solar's lightning strikes did not achieve the effect, and the volts were cold and loud and down from the cloud. He gradually condensed into an entity, but the lower body is the cloud shape of the spray. It seems that a living person adds a rocket propeller. Viewlid Devil took out the old one from his arms, pointed to Purple Thunder, and Majestic Calendar. Florafield. The tip of the old one shots a green man. Green rapid speed is extremely fast, mixed in lightning and black fog. But the Mother of Ray God is also a magician. He is more loved to kill thousands of years with Rocky, which is very familiar with the means of magicians. Viewlid Demon is a look, Saw does not dare, and quickly avoid attacks on the side. Adadavado. Viewlid Demon floating in half of the air, and then feel a curse. Sol is hurt, can only be passive, and the Volt Demon does not give him a chance to breathe. The spell will not have money to smash. There are less combat power. Sol, organize the stress of the party. After a long time, John Scaven all the mercenaries recruited by Stark, and also joined the front battlefield. Organizing this weight is increasing. The situation on the field begins to reverse, and the number of the markets of the Mark series will rise rapidly. The original confident Tony has begun to frown. He is very worried. because once lost this battle, he is equal to the lost everything. Thinking of this, Tony has some regrets to help Sol, more blame the mysterious people who have no trace, and only smelling the supreme master of their people. However, the housing leaks live and the night train, the periphery of the base. Franklin led the Clown War armor, defeating Tony's guardian Legus. Flushed here. See the shape, Tony face is white, and the double box is clarified. That kind of incompetent furious feelings. Where to fly these waves? Luoy on the roof was confused. Tony raised his head and saw tens of thousands of cows warfare over the ground. Jaws. Mister, there is an unknown object to break into the atmosphere. What? Is it Jason's fleet? If so, Tony is really desperate. No. Just one person. When said, Tony is tight. A person. In his memory, you can smash the horses in the outer space, and only Jason Walter. Rocky. Tony didn't hesitate. Hurry to run. Let's take us. Bang. It sounds a big ring in the sky. Everyone looked back. I saw countless clown tacts in the air fell. What? Tony said that half of the ruthless interrupted. A blonde woman wearing a blue tightness. A blonde woman who has jarable light is broken into the earth from the atmosphere. Those clowns wanted to stop before, and the result was hit by the woman. She is Nickfree realized that the mystery. Tony's eyes are very hot, excited to extreme. It is easy to make the Clown War armored to the Fnaecons, and the strength of this woman is too horrible. Have her join this battle is definitely will not lose. As the armor has exploded, organize the face of the party and become unhearted. Needless to say, this big cake is definitely part of them. Today, things are not smooth. Is this? Woman landed over the stake base and asked dull. Sorry to bother, my name is Carol Denver, where is Nickfree? Chapter 414 Surprise Captain. The same party is abused. The emergence of Carol Danfoss directly broke the balance on the battlefield. The two sides stopped hurt each other. All of them looked at her. Miss Tony first flying to Carol. Are you? Carol looked at him and his expression was flat. I am Tony Stark. After that, Tony worried that the other party didn't know, and quickly added, I am a friend of Nickfree. He is also my friend. Is he contact me with a pager? What about others? Carol asked around. Nick. Tony's smile converges. It is hard to shake his head. In fact, he was dead before, but he gave us the pager before dying, saying that it is difficult to use. It's hard to come to a globe. I know the death of sudden friends. Carol brow wrinkles. Calm emotions have changed. Who is dry? It's them. Tony turned to point to Halligan and others, and whispered, it is a clown organization to kill him. When said, Hallie can't finish. Reflection. Fuck. It is clear that the Nine Snake killed him. Don't want to buckle the pot. Tony stared at her, asked, the Nine Snakes are gone, and this matter is that you will be able to help. Do you dare not? Carol reached out. I don't want to listen to you. Looking at the ruins of the earth, she asked, I haven't come back, and the earth changes are quite big. You both in the northern part of New York, the government and the army actually react. Tony helpless explanation, it is indeed, because the government has been controlled by the Clown organization. Clown. This name sounds like a terrorist organization. Carol is some dislike, who is the leader of this organization. Tony said, you may have never heard, his name is Jason Walter. Is what? Carol's calm expression was broken, the face was surprised. No, this name is too familiar. You know Jason. Tony is a face. Well, I certainly know him. Carol is not good. I heard the words, and the same party wrinkled, and surprised each other. Scorpio, is it difficult to have anything? Is this aunt? Is a woman in the universe? In the universe? Everyone quietly looked at Harley Quinn and Belmad, and the face of the two did not look good. According to the woman, Jason is not seen at all, but the universe is so big, and it is an odd ethnicity everywhere. Jason from the small long in the earth, sure to eat the red wine steak outside, just a hometown. Even if it is a crude tea, it is always a diarrhea. According to this idea, Jason is hungry in the universe, and it is not possible to incorporate this middle-aged aunt. Carol God is complicated. Jason Walter in the universe is a hike. This 10 years he led the fleet under the universe, first defeating the alligator Luonan to occupy Chandel Star, and then kill Nose, the assembly of his forces. He conquered the planet around him, and hundreds of orders were slaughtered, and committed the crime of the bamboo book. When I heard this sentence, Tony first was amazed by Sen's strength, but the heart is ecstatic. This mysterious master is very disgusted. Then she will definitely stand here. It is handled. This battle wants to lose difficult. After hearing this passage with the party, he exposed an exciting expression. The boss is a big, and the universe is dominated for 10 years. Confused their groups, but also because of some achievements made on the Earth. So they are Jason left in the Earth? Carol glanced asked. Yes. Not only that, Jason also attacked Zed. Tony pointed to Solaki, the new crime of Jason, and their estimated plan all over the plate. I learned that Jason had a pot of Ascad, and the psychological prepared. Carol is still a bit surprised. As is the universe light, Ododia is a representative of absolute power. I didn't expect the role of the past, and now I have reached the point in the sunset. All situations tell you, we are thin, the ability is limited. Do you have any good suggestions? Tony hugged the thigh and asked the solution. Then let him down. Carol shook his head, said, when Jason got the first unlimited gem, everything was late, let alone he has 4 in his hand. I can't do it. Tony does not dare to believe, even you have no way. The Carol expression is serious explanation. Unlimited gem has the purest power in the universe. Anyone can't confront them. So want to defeat Jason? Only the holder of infinite gems can only do it, because if the gems turn the power will offset each other. When said that everyone turned into Rocky, as well as the universe of his hand. Coincidentally, we just have an infinite gem. Rocky was stared at the hair, and quickly moved to the front of Carol, hung a good smile on his face. Miss, please save us. Rocky is very disgusting to hand in the universe. Of course. Carol is not polite, reaching out of the cosmic Rubik. In fact, she and the universe are still very smooth, because her superpower is also here. Carol hits the Rubik, then fingers hard to crush the outer cube, show the core blue stone. Those mediocrity needs to use this method to control unlimited gems, but Carol is completely unnecessary, and the handheld space must have no pressure. She asked, is there any Jason's situation? When did she return to the Earth? Tony shakes his head. I don't know. We are recruiting people, preparing for fighting, and the message leaks are attacked by them. Carol looked at a group of people under the feet, faint. Since this, you have to control them first, otherwise Jason comes to get more troublesome. Tony looked at them and smiled. We think so too. Hey, you have finished talking. Harley it allocated. Harley is certainly unhappy. The end. Carol lodged twice. The voice just fell. She broke out golden energy. In fact, Carol's superpower and Jason are very similar. All absorb energy and release it. However, Jason must upgrade a little bit, slowly stronger from weakness. Carol doesn't have to be so troublesome. Her superpower is one step by step, can directly absorb the energy of the star directly. Just get started from novices to the perfect control. Spend some time. From the final result, the experience of the two is highly similar. Carol doubling down, straightforward Hannah. Hey, what is a difficult woman? Harley expressions are serious, and the next consciousness uses spatial barriers to block. However, Carol is now wearing Space Gem. Under the strong constraints of the universe, the ultra capacity of Harley is not worth mentioning. Let's die. David appeared on the side, opened his mouth and slammed an ultrasound. Carol is trembled, frowned, a flash, almost falling from the air. Sure enough, she can only absorb energy like Jason, can't absorb ultrasound, which is their weakness. Carol's idea, the horrible energy is sprayed, and it has a protective cover in her body surface. Although she can't absorb ultrasonic waves, the amount is changed to generate the energy shroud, sufficient to resist ultraviolet damage. Waiting for the physical function to recover, Carol changes the direction of the direction. Be careful. The good friend John rushes up, and a cold gas is poured from the palm. However, Carol has an energy cover guard, which is not afraid of this cold, and the light can melt it. Carol waved with a fist who was released, and 2 punches will fly in David and John. 2 people have fallen on the ground, and their heads do not save people. Belmadmond, immediately ran over, ready to treat them. Tony shouted, reminded, "This woman has the ability to treat, and quickly stop her, otherwise they will be full of blood." Carol heard, immediately moved to bell mad. Boom. A hand knife is halo, and then lends out the fist to spray energy wave, and it will feign the Hallis not far away. In less than a minute, the clown organization has 4 people who have lost combat power. Mother. The sky is in the distance. Brian and Angelina accelerate. The three people solved the US team, and Hulk, just prepared to help but saw this surprised scene. These 2 children. Tony used the mask camera, and recognized Brian and Angelina at a glance. A few days ago, they met in the roof of Ostro Industry, and Spider-Man and another girl. It turns out. I heard this title. Tony shook his head, and his eyes were complicated. It turns out that you are Jason's child. I hope that the kid is not affected by you. I saw that my mother was dizzy. Brian's anger completely lost reason. He is like a shell, and then lifted his arm with his best in Carol's face. Brian's motto is that the gentleman never hit a woman. But there is also an exception, that is, when he does not regard the other party as a woman. It is now like the sister Angelina. Looking at the incident, a strong wind pressure fist, Carol smiled, reaching out, wrapped the fist. Boom. It is stunned, accompanied by the sky. Brian often played, and the strongest punch in history is actually blocked by Carol. Children don't involve war. After finishing, she smashed in Brian's abdomen. Brian immediately turned, losing the consciousness, fell by the mother. At this time, the sky is a deafening sound. Everyone looked up and saw a meteorite that was big to cover the sky from the sky. Carol turned, watching Angelina, floating in the half-space. The girl is dialing the faders of the elements of the plane. A physical strength, a proficiency magic. These 2 children are interesting. Carol is thinking so. Then spray the flames in the feet. It is ready to break it before the meteorite falls. Fast, now escape now, Angelina shouted and manipulated the magic ball. Oh! Suddenly, a wind-blown wave and the 4 people who fainted on the ground. Sorry. Just when they are about to evacuate the base, Thunder Sol is in front of the wind. He blocked the hammer of thunder, with the speed of speed, and a hurricane blocked the wind. Angelina continued to mourn the magic, emitted the heart of the lungs. Seeing the rest of the party crazy, Solo, and Franklin touched all the clowns. They all attacked but stopped by the Mark series battle. Tony Stark, and the evil god. Although they are unreasonable, they block the attack for a while and give the Carol to fight for time or can do it. A group of people will fall in a melee. Bang! The head of the head is fried, and the horrible of Carol is directly smashed into the sky. Sorry, I have delayed it. After solving the meteorite, she adds her to the meme from the sky. Carol does not have a beautiful move, will only be simple and unbad. However, there is an energy blessing. She is a small friend, soon ending the battle with a rolling posture. With the party by Carol, the energy hand is firmly locked. The movement must not. They sat on the ground, Gray Face, and Wolf. Who can think of the unlimited clown organization? There will be today. Carol. Thank you. The first time I face the clown organization to win a comprehensive victory, Tony said from her heart to her. You are welcome. But it is still not a lax. Carol reminded. Oh. Hala woke up and smiled and said, you will never want to win. Jason will come back soon. When you come. Sorry. Where is Jason? I didn't see it. Tony came over, and the face of ridicule. When they were treated by the clown, they finally came out today. Wait, he must come back, and then. The voice is just falling, and there is a bright spot in the sky. Carol turned. The expression was extremely serious. Tony did not detect, still in the big say, oh, yes, wait for him to give you the corpse. Tony saw also found that he was not right, calling him over and reached out to the sky. What is that? Tony asked the embarrassment. That is the Rainbow Bridge. Sully is a horror, and it is unfavorable. He often shuts through the Rainbow Bridge in all the universities, and it is more familiar with this force. Can be coming to the building, and there are any people who will use the Rainbow Bridge. No other people, only Jason. He definitely recreated the Sword of the Rainbow. Worse. Sol loudly reminded. Jason, Jason. The voice is just falling. The color light column drops from the sky, falling around the world. It is also clever. Jason's goal is New York, so choose the landing place in northern New York. I didn't expect this place to be only more than 10 kilometers from the Skarky. Chapter 415 is alarming. Destroying Ancient One. Suburban jungle. Jason is suspended in half of the air, and the look is complicated to look at the surroundings, and New York, which is vaguely visible. Breathing the air of the earth, Jason is a long time, faint. I am back. Simple words. Both of these years have also included the wild look of the future. Slightly emotion, Jason turned to the stake base. When he didn't fall, he was aware of the fluctuation of special energy here. More than a dozen kilometers will pass the death. Jason is far away from the base, and a group of people is tied to sit on the ground. When he makes it more, he immediately recognizes these people. Oh, my God. Hal, Belmad, John, David, Franklin. Looking at the familiar face, Jason's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, couldn't help but move to everyone. Hey! I heard the sound with the party, immediately looked up, then. Everyone is petrified. Looking at their sluggish face, Jason is sorry. It seems that they are not happy in the earth. Jason slowly landed to the ground, and lifted the energy shackles on everyone. Don't you know me? More than 10 years. With the same party, they stood up, and they breathed a shortness of breath, and their faces rose. Jason, Hanny, Belmad and Harley Kyron instantly tears. They didn't care about the outside people and flew over and hugged him. Jason hugged one hand, put them into his arms, and smashed the taste of their body. Sorry. I am coming back. Don't say sorry, don't talk. They are very hard, and they will run away between Jason's turn. There are several people who want to hug, but I want to think. Still count. It is no position. After a while, these two exciting women finally woken up. They pulled Jason's hand and pulled him to two children. Harley Kyron said to his son, Brian, are you not always going to come back? Now, dream is true, give you a hug. When Yan. Brian looked at Jason, as if it was confirmed that the man in front of him is not his own father. As for the mother's requirements, he did not hear it. In the large capital, he hugged his father. He was too meat, and he thought that the chicken skin was gone. Jason feels that the child is alienated to him, but still smiles, not to care. After all, I haven't seen it for more than a decade. This face is about nothing to do with strangers, and this kid is now in puberty, and it will be embarrassed to hug the old father. Brian. Jason took the initiative to go. With his fist, he touched his bad muscles. Oh, grow handsome, muscles are also strong. Girlfriends don't stop one. When said that, Brian was surprised to take the tongue. The face was red, and the mouth wanted to defecate. Dante, will the old man also read a heart? Take it to see me. Harlem blamed himself. What is it? Jason, sorry. Oh, I am a father, I shouldn't say this. On the other hand, Belmont pulled his daughter, and his heart was sick. This is Angelina. I haven't seen it for more than 10 years. I can't recognize it. It is really a bit. The female is 18 changing. Jason looked at Angelina, showing gentle smile, but the eyebrows can still see a few points like me, when you look at the queen's role. Come on, the child. Belmad pushed a soft father. Angelina's face was red, and the foot was slightly smaller. Seeing, Jason took the initiative to hug her. CU is really happy, my child. Jason has a feeling, compared to Harlan Belmad, these two bare children can touch his heart. I am also, father. Angelina eyes wet, and hugged Jason. Jason's Hilly does not have a great impact on the childhood of two children. Brian made all the sins on his father, and there was a strong hate for a while, and even asked him to mention his name. Angelina is unlike Brian, so that it may be because the girl's heart is more soft. She doesn't blame her father, but is silent to bear the bitterness of thoughts, and regard the ancient master as their own dream. The family is surrounded together, laughs, and it is fun. After a while, Jason walked over and greeted with the party. John, David, Franklin, Trainhead. Oh, Volt Demon, first meet. After a greeting with each party, Jason said, well, although there are many words want to say, but still solve the things in front of you. I am full of hopes with the same party, but they are screaming. Yes, I can't wait. Boss, must teach them well. Ha ha. The wind is flowing. Now it is now. Jason slowly flew over and carefully talked about everyone's face. It's really missing. You look, you're old friends. Tony Stark, there are white hair. The new battle is very cool. Mark Generation. Bruce Banner, you are too creative, actually combined with Hulk. Steve Rogers, American Captain, I didn't expect you to invest in Hulk serum. Why are you red? Soul, Rocky, I haven't seen you for a long time. I just came back from Azad. That was really beautiful, but unfortunately, we didn't touch it. Everyone looked at Jason, and all did not send. Jason turned a circle, and finally put his gaze on the surprise team. Who are you? Jason Walter, you don't know me, but I know you. The surprise team was ventilated. My name is Carol Danfoss. Sorry, I don't care what you are called. Jason's expression was frustrated. First, the little stone in your hand, that is my thing, but I estimate that you will not be old and old. Second, you and this clown hurt my family, my friend, my child. You think this is only these two, your dog lives, I want. No one can't help. When Yan, Carol smiled, I have heard that Jason is overbearing. Today, I finally met, but I didn't think so. Oh, think that there is an infinite gemstone in your hand, you can quite right. With me? Jason gathered at her, it's really ignorant. Poor insects. The voice is just falling. Jason is full of energy. Surprise Captain does not have to show weakness, and the golden energy is almost bright. The superpower of the two is very similar, and the combat method is also very simple. Nothing else is the trunk of the boxing to meet. Boom. The sky is loud. The shockwave of the anti-shock almost clutched the ground crowd. For only one hand, the surprise captain knows that Jason's words mean. Although because of the characteristics of gems, the two cannot use super capabilities towards each other, but the difference in energy level and quantity is still very obvious. In an instant of making a hand, the captive captain slammed by Jason. She falls like shells, smashes the huge mountains in the distance, triggering a violent earthquake. This is a sense of hitting. I really feel good, Jason said to pull the surprise captain from the ground. Although the universe is vast, but it is not possible to accept Jason's full force, and there is nothing to die. It is clear that the captain is one of them. Jason is very enjoying now, because he has not experienced it for a long time. The feeling of exhausting people. Cool, it is too addicted. Jason took the amazing captain as a vented sandbag, and the fist of horror energy was crazy. The superpower of the surprise captain is not as strong as Jason, and the gemstone is not as good as Jason, and even the application of the gem is also inferior. Jason. The shortcomings and defects of the three aspects have created the situation on the side. What? She is not Jason's opponent. Tony is desperate. Let's help. Soul is preparing to do. Don't be stupid. Look at the group of guys. Tony pointed to the same party, said, as long as we dare to shoot, they will be over. Is there any way? Solly is anxious. I think we still leave, then think about other ways. Rocky is not good, proposes to retreat. Sol and Tony face each other, and he is hesitant. But I haven't waited for them to decide. Jason has been exhausted, ready to end fight. The surprise captain once again slammed, and the stone wall was broken, and the soft lying on the cliff can. Jason descended from the sky, walked to her, opened her palm, took the space gem. It's over, the woman lost. Hurry. Seeing the surprise captain lost, Rocky quickly exclaimed. At this time, I haven't thought about it. I have to retreat. Several people just prepared, and the result was hit on the spatial barrier. Harley instantaneously moved to a few people, and smiled. Do you want to go now? Don't dream. I came over with the party to surround them, looked at them, as if I got the livestock in the fence. The door of a space appeared. Jason came out of the surprise captain and threw her on the ground. So, are you surrendering, or let me help? Solly is angered. I am a Lydon. You can kill me, but you will never think about me to surrender. Hey, Jason couldn't help but applaud. What a beautiful morality. If so, Then I will come into all you. All the party immediately retracted back to prevent being attacked. When the idea, Jason, is condensed out of an energy ball, then the more it becomes larger. The last opportunity, surrendering, or die. Several revenge faces are full of firm expressions. In addition to Rocky, there are all kinds of people who are kind to death and do not want to be born. Okay, very good, I like your persistence, then. Forever. The energy ball is ejected and exploded in the middle station of everyone. Boom. The Stark base is instantly enveloped by a white light bulb. Next second, the light ball is broken. The thick black smoke poured. The explosion was deafening, and the ground was like shaking as a vibration bar. Everyone is suspended in half, looking at the scene in front of you. Too good. This group of bastards always follow us. Today is finally over. Yeah. But we have to follow the boss in the boss. At this time, Jason's brows wrinkled, then smiled. Ancient Master, since you are here, why don't you come out to talk? 2 sentences. Everyone was shocked, and I went back to watch all around you. I didn't find an ancient shadow. Sorry, your magic I have already tired. Jason's pupil became red, which is the power of the real gem. With the red rays, the world has opened a new painting. And the ancient Marty appeared in front of everyone. Jason, I haven't seen you for a long time, welcome to go home. The ancient yellow magic hue was in the face of Jason, and the face is still the unspeakable expression. Jason nodded and looked at the tanking under the feet, asked, since you are here, then they should escape. What did you say? Oh, you will not be stupid between me. You just used your little magic, saved them. Ancient Master shook his head. To tell the truth, because those people are not for me, my mission is just to block you. Can you be willing to be a deputy? Is it your disciple? Very keen. Yes, my disciples have left the earth with several of them. It's so surprised. Jason aerialed. 10 years ago, you took me out of the earth. As a result, you drive them out of the earth. As a supreme master who guarded the earth, he only understood himself. The supreme master has time gems. If she wants to go, no one can keep her. No way. Jason has to use the excellence method. The truth is, I didn't plan to escape at all. Ancient came out of his hands, and there was a magical array in front of him. Oh, if this is so perfect. As long as you can't do it, the last puzzle is completed. The voice just fell. Jason was rushed first. 5 infinite gems in hand. Jason's universe is the strongest. Absolutely nothing. An ancient mage who once played him as a child. At this moment, it seems that it will not be weak at all. Ancient show illusion. The realistic gem can break the magic fog. The soul gem can be stable. The ancient show is divided into the body, and the soul gem can see the only real body. The ancient show spatial spells were killed by space gemstones. The ancient show dark energy, and the strength gem can easily defeat her. Although the magic is powerful, the power is limited, and the strength of the gem is unlimited. Jason is only a jealousy, it is the time of her hand. However, after a period of time, the two sides were in a period of time, but they did not sacrifice this kill. Jason frowned and was strange. So the test is used, the force is used, and the pupil shots a purple ray. Next moment, the ancient body seems to be a porcelain bottle generally cracking the gap. Jason was shocked. Time gem is not in you. The ancient movements, the action of the resignation, block you from being not my responsibility. I am tired. I will give the burden on the shoulder to the next generation. Then you should know, I will find them. Maybe, but I can be sure, they will come to you. Jason disdainful cold, as long as you can remove you, there is nothing in a few days, said. His pupil shot another orange ray. Collipite others, killing. Dealing with you, not only reveal gray, even the soul should be torn into pieces. Chapter 416 Ruled the universe, crossing time and space. The gap on ancient mage is getting bigger and bigger, and the purple rays in the crack are getting more and more dazzling. In the face of death, the ancient mage's mentality is very calm. There is no expression on his face. At this point, it is very similar to the Lord of the God of God. Soon, purple rays fell. The ancient body is completely annihilated. However, for her strengths of her level, the flesh is just a cumbersome, only abandon the flesh to make the soul to get freedom. Jason has long unexpectedly, in the moment of the soul of the ancient mage leaves the physical moment, used the soul gem to tear the soul into a fragment, then all the sacrifice. This is a completeness of the soul of the tyrants. Looking at the ancient mage thoroughly smoking, Jason slowly settled to the ground, looked at the same party, smiled. "I'm back. Everything is over." Excited with the party and cheered. "It is finally over. From now on, the clown organization will finally do not have to hiding. They can be big and bright in the street, and they are tall and have their own names. The biggest hindrance has disappeared, and anyone dare to resist, only one dead." Jason led them to New York. Is a grand city. They have a feeling that God dominated. No, in a sense, now they are the god of these people. Listed to the old disease, the rich and poor god. Harley pulled Jason's hand. They were a little worried. Ancient Master left the time to give her disciple, but unfortunately I can't track them. Jason didn't care about. Don't worry. These idiots will give me the gem so soon. In the distant galaxy, there is a planet with a highly similarity of the Earth. On the island that is far from the city and the crowd, there is a long-standing wooden house. The shape, style, structure, and this planet are not in. Because some unknown reasons, the human and the aircraft of this planet will be completely lost once. For a few hundred years, it has become a legendary death. The waves of the coast are rough, and the sky is like a snow. Suddenly there is a red circle, and the surroundings are still rising. Next moment, several people appear from the circle and dropped on the green lawn. Tony supported the grass. The thick stood up, smelling the salty sea breeze. His long loose tone, save, almost think I want to die. The "Who are you?" Saw's hammer of thunder, glaring, looked at the long face of the red cloak. The Roll brother seems to have a heart, and the frown is alleged. Luoji's mouth is a tone, satirical. "Oh. The doctor on the earth will spend spell. Really good." The Roll is glanced at him, and it seems that he doesn't like him. Everyone suddenly realized that it was the apprentice of the Supreme Master, and it was unable to save them from Jason's hands. Tony frowned. Expression and mood are very uncomfortable. Walk on the quality. "Are you an ancient mage?" "That do you know how long does it take to find her?" "How long is it?" "Why don't you have anything out?" "Why don't you wait to die so many people, just like a savior?" "What happened?" "Is it only such a poor self-respect?" Strancy looked at him and sighed. The Supreme Master monitors the threat from the dark side and the alien. When the Ascad came to the Earth, the Ancient Master knows. When Yan, Solly's green gluten riped, so you just look at our world is looking for like a fool. Strake shook his head, explained. Ancient Master has predicted, Jason will bring a disaster to the universe, even she can't stop. When Yan, Sol is more disintegrating. Ask, too few years ago, when the ancient mage clearly had the opportunity, why didn't I kill Jason, but let the tiger return to Mountain Streaky Road, because Jason is killing. Oh, this is the ancient master. I know that you don't understand, but this is an ancient mage countless time to go to the future. After reading hundreds of millions of endings, the best way found, because only will Jason, you can live and have a steady life for more than 10 years. Tony is full of confidence, muttering, killing is not dead. He is just a human. Strake explained, Jason has a mage in the body that is unclear. Maybe this is a curse. From the moment of the scourge, the universe is like a disorder, can only find ways to extend life. There is no way to cure. Knowing this news, it is a heavy blow to everyone. For more than 10 years, they want to do the way to kill Jason, but it is a busy living. Sadly, many people have lost their lives for this meaningless thing. After a long time, Steve asked Steve to the seaside, as well as the hillside in the distance, where is this? Straight Road, Supreme Master's holiday hut, a planet in half-horse star. Suspiciate here. At least temporarily. I fell in directly spanning the galaxy, and the ability of the magician is very convenient. Soul think about what? Slamming, the ass ear person. I left them on the island. Tony quickly added, there is also Purbo and Morgan. Strand's finger is not far away. There is a strange wooden building. When you fight with Jason, I saved everyone. I heard the words. Sol. Tony immediately flew toward the wooden house, and the rest walked at the speed of walking. On the half road, Steve worried, is safe, the civilians on the Earth? Straight comfort, Jason is not a murderer. The people on the Earth are free. They will not have anything. He pursues absolute rule. If people are dead, he is still ruled. Who is? I heard this sentence. Although Steve is not happy, it is a little peace of mind. The resort house of the Supreme Master is not large, and thousands of people cannot be accommodated. Under the leadership of Heimdall, the Ascades are learning to use an axe, hammer and other tools. They have to cut down some trees and build a temporary home. Tony also found Purba and Morgan, and their mother and daughters were well, no injured. The speed of the Ascad is too slow, and several superheroes have to help Dukans. In the end, before night, they helped to build a large wooden house. Although the wooden house is extremely simple, the bed in the bathroom is not, but at least the wind is soaking. In the late night, Tony said that the story took a daughter to sleep, and one person went to take a walk outside. He is very heavy, and it is always sighing when he works. It can't see a smile on his face. It doesn't have a thoughtful thing. However, the insomnia is more than him, including Straight. Everyone sits around the outside table. It is not easy for everyone tonight. Surprise Captain suffered the biggest frustration in life, seriously hit her self-confidence. Straight lost his beloved tutor and was confused about the future path. Sol learned that Jason is not dead, and the anger of his revenge turns a resentment and helplessness. Other people come to the country to go to this strange planet, and the family is completely different, and the mood will not be good. So, we have this in the next half. Stay in this shit. I have lived on the country life last century. Everyone is drinking a drunk and unwilling to open, and finally Tony opened the words. What do you want to do? Go back to the Earth to die? Surprise Captain's uncomfortable reception. No, I don't want to die. I shouldn't die. The death should be Jason. Is a clown organization. Tony said. I thought you were able to defeat Jason, so we politely. Now everyone is finished. Who is still who you are? Tony, we all want to kill Jason. But you also heard that this Bastion can't die. Banner was angry. This is just an ancient mage. Maybe she is wrong. Maybe there is a way we don't know. Tony said his own suspicion. It may be that there is no one with ancient A's. Tony does not catch a cold on this ghosts. She said that Jason can't die. It can't be died. It is difficult to make her mouth also open light. Tony is born with rebellious spirit. For those authoritative experts, I cannot like it. However, he said nothing. Is it because of the sentence of others? I will assign a death penalty. The home is not returned, and the hatred does not report. In the second half of the rest, I will wait in this strange planet, then eat it. Others may accept this result. But these are all superheroes of the heart. They can't accept it. I agree. Cherish Steve, who is about the first time, and still agree with Tony. Tony looked up at Steve. The mood is complicated, and the muscles on the face are jitter. Steve stood up and said, I am afraid that the opportunity is embarrassing. I think we have to fight for those who die, for those future people. Tony also stood up and attached, perhaps Jason will not kill the ring, but you are really willing to see the future, to live in his terrorist rule forever? At least I don't want small Morgan to grow up, suited in Jason's bastard. Sol's third standing, biting his teeth. I agree. Jason killed my father, destroying my home. This hatred, I must report. Banner looked up at them, slightly hesitated, and stood up. Natasha, Rose, I want to revenge for them. The surprise captain stood up with Banner. My dream is to eliminate violence in the universe and is unfair. I have been busy for a few decades. I am stirred with Jason. One day does not remove him. The universe I will never get peace. 6 people stood up. 5, they got brushing to see the strange doctor. They are willing to resist Jason, but everyone doesn't know what to do, only to count on this trainee. Strands helpless laughed, standing up. Actually, I have a plan. A few people are bright, as if they see hope in the dark. Jason's strength is very strong. This is what everyone knows, and most of his strength comes from infinite gems. So you want to do it? He must set 6 unlimited gems. This is the only way. 6 gems. Jason has absorbed 5. Yes, it's right, but we can return to the past, return to the gem without being absorbed by Jason, and then collect them. Speaking, Strainishi's magic opened the A's hanging on the neck. A touch of green light shot on everyone's face. Sol understood what he meant. Surprise. Do you want to send us back? Straini's hand. Yes, or have a better way? Everyone opposed to each other, no one opened. It has to be admitted that the Strand's plan is the most perfect. As long as there is a time gem in hand, they can freely shuttle time and space, and use the easiest way to get infinite gems. Tony hesitated. I have no opinions on this plan, but I am worried that we will find it here. Strancy explained. Time is marked by one. We left the current point, go to other engraves to set the unlimited gemstone and return to the present, for them, only a few seconds. I heard this sentence. Tony finally worked. Let's go back early. Surprise Captain told. Yes. The longest time drag, the stronger Jason's strength. Okay. Steelen came to the side of the air. Everyone is around. Everyone came over to in closer circle. At this time, the small Pepper Purba ran out from the wooden house and said, Wait, Tony, I will go with you. I heard the words. Tony was very angry, reprimanded. What is your joke? This is not a tour. This action is very dangerous. If we can't come back, how to do? Morgan? Purby is close, and the expression is serious. No, you, Morgan will not be happy in the future. So I have to go with you to help you eliminate all dangers. Sully. Confucius abandoned. Miss, you don't even have the ability to protect. Purby turned, showing him the necklace. Look, I can protect yourself. Come to you to help. That is. Tony gave the gift of Purba, a new design of nanotact. Put on this talent. The Purba's combat power is short line, not much better than the present Bannerton. Seeing that the wife is so insisted, Tony's attitude is loose. Okay, I can promise you. But if you encounter danger, you must leave immediately. No problem. Purba walked into the circle and pulled the husband's hand. Everyone is ready. Goal 2008. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. The time in Strank's chest has a bunch of glare green light, and everyone is covered inside. Chapter 417 returns to the past, telling the truth. 2008, New York Island. The waves of the sea, a blue light column suddenly came. After gradually dissipating, several Avengers appeared in the sandy beach that appeared in empty. Brother, we have succeeded. Looking at the old man, older Manhattan, Tony expression excited. The reason why it is sure is because of the highest buildings in front of you, is not his Stark building. According to time, the Stark building will be built after 3 years. Unfortunately, no one believes in his rhetoric, or look at Stringik, and so on. The disciples of this ancient mage. Stringik will take the time to collect it. Nod. There is no mistake. Here is New York in 2008. Everyone relieves tone. Banner asked, so, where should we start? Tony thought about it, said, at this point, in addition to the ancient mage's time, there is only Space Gem. I remember that the God Shield Bureau hides it in a secret base of the Central Desert, but the specific address is unclear. Sol glanced at the brother side, said, perhaps, Rocky knows. A few years later, Rocky passed the Space Gem to the Earth. The first stop was the base hidden in the desert. I heard the words. Ryuki regretted. Shakes. I am transferred directly. I don't know the specific location. Steve proposes, in this case, we can only go to the God Shield Bureau to find him. I agree. Carol first nod. Nick Furt is her friend, but because she hasn't come back for a long time, he caused him to kill by the Skaka of the Nine Snake, and the heart of Carol did not go. Perhaps, when the communication is handed over, the call should not be too dead. Oh. This guy is a king of special industries, and did not expect to do things so sincerity. During the death, he did not press a call. Tony has no opinion. Okay, I will say hello to him. Seeing everyone has no view, Strays reached out and started to turn circle, drawing out a space of space. Everyone went in. Washington, San Yang Building. Nick Fury took a Black Widow's Eagle, and Coulson walks into the elevator. direct to the floor of the director's office. I just received a phone call from the Secretary of State, saying that you have a big trip in London, almost triggered diplomatic issues. Sorry, the situation is urgent, you can only make this policy. When you act, I must pay attention to hidden, and the Shield Bureau cannot appear in front of the public. Understand? The chief. Next time. In any case, your task is good. Go to my office to sign 2 shit files. You can go home to rest. I have notified Hill. Give you 72 hours. Thank you. 4 people walked out of the elevator and walked in the office. At this point, the 9-head snakes also hide the power in the corner, and the clown tissue is even more shadow. At this time, the Nick Fury and God Shields are all in the highlights of the business, and the power covers the world. And there is no powerful opponent, and the days are particularly moisturizing. Go to the office door. Nick Fury pushed the door. He is preparing to have 2 sentences, suddenly seeing a person sitting on the office chair, holding confidential information in his hand, and putting the foot on the table. 3 people behind him immediately went to block Nick Fury with the body, and touched the hand on the gun. The man heard the voice of the door, not hiding, still leisurely opening the information. Mister, have you lost? Seeing that he did not attack, Nick Fury boldly inquired. It's a little bit. You are really not looking for it. The man threw with information. Looking at his face, the 4 were suddenly surprised. Although he is too white, many wrinkles have long. But Nick Fury is still recognized. This man sitting on the office chair is the chairman of the board of directors of the Stark industry, Tony Stark. But how did he suddenly become so old? At least 20 years old. Stark, Nick Fury asked. Tony facing the joy, surprised. You can recognize me? Oh, I bought it. I started to suspect that the Shield branch will hit me in the morning. Everyday Entertainment magazine. I don't know if I don't know. Natasha Tong. What do you mean by this? When is the God Shield Bureau? I asked in Nick Fury. Who did he listen to this? And another arms repeat will not have the hardwood of God Shield. Tony stood up and walked around the table and greeted. I see you really feel a little. I haven't seen it for a long time. Black Halide, Natasha, bald agent. You should be Eagle Clint, but unfortunately, I haven't met before. The inexplicable is an insulting nickname. Nick Fury is unhappy, threatened. Mr. Stark, what is your going? Why are you suddenly old? Why do you break into my office without being discovered? Hey. Tony shook his head. A man said, your eyes do have problems. See me this. Don't you know what happened? I don't want to play with you, Stark. I am good for the Shield, and I will have a serious crime. If you don't tell the truth, I can only let you catch you. Nick Fury he didn't be patient. Okay. Stark didn't play, Shopred, let you see individuals, who. This sentence just asked the exit, and suddenly appeared on the open space of the office. 4 people quickly pulled out the pistol. The first of the amazing captain came out from the door and looked at Nick Fury strokes. Hey, Nick. I haven't seen you for a long time. You. Carol Danfoss. Nick Fury put down the pistol. The only eyes smoked. Who is she? Natasha, eyes bright, curiously asked. The eagle shook his head. Didn't speak. I only thought that this woman was very familiar. Chief. Steve Rogers came out. The mouth of the 4 people just closed again. This face. This is not the American Captain Steve Rogers. He should die for 70 years ago. How? The amount of information is completely exploded, and their brain is alive. Hey. Xiona. The green giant banner came out behind Steve and looked at Natasha. Complicated! Exclamation mark. The 4 brains are completely downtime. Green monster. Is this Hollywood? Is this a movie? How is there so many strange people? It is good to come to the next person, they don't know, and finally let the poor brain have enough time to digest these amazing information. This group of time and space travelers stood a row of 4 people in front of it. Who can explain? Nick Fury is serious. Everyone looked at each other. Strake proposed. Stark, your mouth is best. You will explain it. Tony didn't even lick him, then sat on the sofa, said, in fact, we have come from more than 20 years from the future. Although it is very bizarre, this is indeed the best explanation. Nick Fury looks at the surprised captain. In his cognition, Perhaps only Carol has this magical ability. I didn't expect Carol to shake his head, pointed at Strawn. Not me. This is his ability. To say, it is the time of the time hanging on his neck. Nickford frowned, forced himself to accept these settings, and then asked, "Then you return to the present after more than 20 years, what do you want to do?" Tony said, "For the universe of the universe in the hands of the shield. It is a space gem, its ability to see the name." "What do you want to do with the universe?" Tony explained, simply said that there is a big evil person on the future of the world. No one can win. You have died in the future, and the ability to fight with him only. So we have to go to the past, collect 6 infinite gems, then return to the future, kill the beast. Who has such a big thing? I heard the news of my death. Natasha is not very calm. Tony hated the way Jason Walter. Of course, now he is just too unknown. Cortenpin, I know that he, the king of gold and the king, the gun method is not bad. Golden man under the hand. Clint is a little surprised, then exposed a disdainful smile. If he can kill, you can flee the past? Tony stood up from the sofa and said, "Remind all people in the seat, you are the first by Jason killed, and it is very miserable, very miserable." "Then let him try." Clint provocated Tony, did not believe in his words. "Don't quarrel." Nick Fury forced interruption. "Stark, is I killed by the Jason?" When said, Tony and Steve also view each other. "No, you are." "The 9 snakes are killed." Tony did not take the name of Parky. 9 Snake. Nick Fury is a little surprised. This name is old antique. By the way, the top is the head of the 9 Snake. Tony point to the ceiling. "Alexander Pierce." Nickford. "Yes, I can't believe it. In fact, the Shin Shield has been infiltrated by the 9 Snakes, and most of the Shin Shield agent is a member of the 9 Snake, including the Shield Terror. Of course, the government is also hidden." "Less 9 Snakes." Nickford is serious. "Continue." Tony put his hand. "This is not anxious, or works first. After getting the universe, we have to find other 4. Sorry, the universe is a goddess for decades. I can't make it out because you have a sentence." Nick Fury's attitude is very firm. When Yan Sol pointed to the 4 people, "Give me a good, the universe is 1,000 years of Asgard. Because Odin's kindness, I stayed in Norway before millennium. I hope that your Earth people can rely on the Rubik's Cube, but now we have to recover the magic cube." When said, 4 people look like Sol like a fool. Odin. Colon smiled and said, "Mister, these are the Nordic myth." Sol contemptuous asked, "Why do you have this myth?" "Because these people are true." Natasha is angry. "Where are you?" "I am the god of thunder." "Oh." Everyone smiled and didn't care. Seeing that they touched themselves, Sully wrinkled. Anger spread in the heart. Suddenly, there is a large dark cloud in the sky and accompanied by dull thunder. The office lost the light and gradually darkened. Solar glared. A purple lightning jumped around the body. Seeing 4 surprised eyes. Nick Fury responded fastest, raised his hand. "Well, Mr. Rage, I believe you." I saw that the face was frighter, and the soul had a pleasure, and the idea was scattered. "But take a lot of applications. How much time you can stay here?" Nick Fury asked. "Nick, don't be so troublesome." Carol stood up. "Just tell us to tell us. The rest does not need you to think about it." "Are you ready to take a cosmic?" Carol nodded. "The easiest way." Tony attached. "Well, I agree." When said, Nick Fury pensive moment, helplessness sighed. "Forget it. Coulson agent will take you to the base." He is understood, and these famous names are the name of the universe. He also gives it to it, not given it. In this case, it is better to be a smooth person. Carol comfort. "If we can still live, it will return the cosmic rub." Nick Fury nodded, no longer awkward. Straight said, "Okay, then follow our plan. You can find an infinite gem." Steve, you follow the 3 agents to the Shield base to take the space gemstone. "Okay." Carol, I will send you to the future of New York, then the heart is in the hands of Rocky. Reassured, I will be a little bit. Dr. Banner, you go to Magic Stars to take strength. Now this gem information has no disclosure, it should be safe. No problem. Sol, Rocky, you travel to the future of Azar, take the realistic gemstone from your girlfriend. We are the easiest way. Finally, Tony and Potts went to Wamiastar and took away the soul gem. Press the binella. Yes. Finished the task. Everyone is standing. Strake started to draw circles, and 5 golden time-space doors appeared in the air. Tony and the small pepper boots the armor, and the nanomaterials covers the whole body within half a second. A few people in Nick Fury look at him again. I haven't seen it. This is nanotechnology. Tony is very satisfied with their reaction. This halves the future invention of the Stark industry. Nick Fury's eyes were hot, and it didn't hide. Well, because of this set of armor, I was stared at you, Tony explained. Nick Fury finally understood the meaning of the sentence. Indeed, if Stark really develops a similar armor, it is absolutely not let go of its own character. Okay, a few brothers, I wish you all the best. Everyone smiled slightly, stepped into the door of space. The rays gradually dissipate. The office restores the original. Only Straney and Nick Fury. How long do we need? Nick Fury asked. How long is it for them? It is just 3 seconds to us, said. He started to pull the circle. Chapter 418 Chili Sacrifice. Tony Orange. Steve came out with 3 agents, holding the water cube, the cosmic cube. Nick Fury saw that the 4 people were hurt, and they asked, what happened? Natasha said, let's take the cosmic Rubik's Cube. As a result, a group of people rushed out and stopped, but also took a gun, and the captain saved us. Steve rode, it's a 9 snake. Nick Fury's eyes are not good, angered, waiting for this matter. I have to clean the Shield Bureau. When I have been so many years of director, I know that I have been penetrated by the 9 snakes in the middle of the Bureau. This is his serious dereliction of duty. And it is also a shame for professional agents. The second coming is Saw and Rocky. 5 Roots are the most relaxed, purely to go home, and take the real truth. The third completed task is Banner. Dr. Banner. At this time, the magic stars are a desolate, plus the gem information has not been disclosed. Banner's actions have no danger, successfully got the universe. The 4th appearance appeared at the Amazing Captain. She didn't have a little scar. It seems to solve the Rocky, who holds the soul stick. It is just a light for her. Everyone completes the risk, retreats the gem, and the mood is more excited, and they will tell each other to tell the fun. Wait a moment, the last time space is still standing. Tony and Perb have not come out. The laughter of everyone is getting smaller and smaller, and the face has gradually emerged as a serious expression. I haven't come yet. And they should not do things. Let's take a look. Steve rushed into it immediately, after seeing Straney nod. The people will follow. Mew's sky is still dim, and there is a dark orange. Steve passed through the door and found himself in the top of a mountain. He is preparing to call Tony, but he sees not far a figure floating. Steve Rogers. Old friends. The red doll picks down the hood and exposes the red ugly face. You. Red. Steve clenched his fists and be vigilant. The 2 people resentfuls to be traced back to 100 years ago. Steve ruled to stop his conspiracy, and the price was lying in the glacier for 70 years. How come you here? Where is Tony Stark? Steve thought it was a hand and feet. Oh, have you forgotten it? I have touched the universe's Rubik, but it abandoned me to flow here, and serve as the guilt of the soul. As for Tony Stark, he is waiting for you in front. In the direction of the red scream finger, Steve rushed over, and finally saw him sitting alone on the edge of the cliff. Tony Stark, flower, billionaire, charity, mouth strong. He has many titles, but it has lost all the light at this moment. He silently sat on the cliff, and his hands were somewhat soul gemstone, like a lonely, born with no love. Steve looked at it, did not find Perber's figure, a sink. There is a bad feeling. Others follow the guidelines of the red to the top of the mountain. After you still stand back. Without talking. Sol is burning in the fire. A buckle of the red sneakers. Ask, Perby Potts. Where is she? Red Strokes struggled explained. Gem. You want to get the soul gem state must sacrifice. What? Dedicating the life of the favorite people. Changing the soul with the soul. This is the rules of gems, not what I can change. The Solly is extremely anger. Push him down, then go to Tony to comfort. Don't worry, We have set 6 unlimited gems. Definitely save her back. When said, Tony's eyes emerged. He looked back to others. Everyone nodded. Even Stivesi also took out the time of the neck. However, he still have to remind, the power of 6 unlimited gems is the universe level, and the ordinary people will die. We must decide a good candidate. I heard the words, soul self-evident, let me come, I am a god, my body flows lightning. Banner said, lightning can't help you, the gem is released, the gamma rays, the people in the seat do not know him more than I have more. So long didn't have a say, Banner, now you are not suitable for this. In the words, the strength of Hokan the Banger, the strength became more weak. At this time, the surprise captain stood up. I am coming. My ability comes from gems. You can draw the energy level energy, only I can hold it. Carol's strength is the strongest in a few people. She said that there is no one dare to oppose this sentence. Sol and Banner did not fight, and they gave gems to her hand. Carol holds 6 gems. Frown. Watching gems can't play all its strength. Tony, giving me your nanoties. Tony Hesse is hesitant. Throws her necklace. Cruel belt on the necklace. The idea, the blue nano war front covers the whole body. She taking a moment, putting 6 gems on the right hand. In an instant, a powerful energy that has never been seen before, the nano war armor is overwhelmed, and it is fast to break. Carol knows no longer dragging, immediately raising the arm, summon Potspace in my mind. Let's come back, snapped. Just instantly in her. The nano war is completely damaged, and the 6 gems have also fallen on the ground. How? I think it should be successful. Purba? I didn't see it. Tony stood up and launched the drone on the war armor and carpeted the carpet. Search in Wami. Soul, Stras fly to the sky search, and the squats in the ground are weak. It can be searched for a long time, almost a circle in Wamil. Still did not find the shadow of Purba. How can this? Is Carol's not succeed? Seeing that they are busy, and the red source can't help. No, she succeeded. But you think this rogue practice, can the gem allow? What do you mean? Soul's face is not good. It means that all the souls given to the soul gem will never come back. Even if you set up 6 unlimited gems, it will not work. At this time, everyone has a shock. Tony's face is pale, desperately falls on the ground. 6 unlimited gems have been got. But Peeppots's soul is always trapped in the space of the soul gem. There is no casualties, which have not stopped, which causes a serious blow to the morale of the Avengers. In the next few days, everyone will depressed, and it is hard to see smile on her face. Tony is not sleeping a few days. He uses the evening time, making a nano glove that can accommodate 6 unlimited gems in the laboratory. However, as long as the sky is bright, no one can find him. Each time is alone in the middle of the night back to the laboratory. Malibu Beach in Southwest California, Southwest Los Angeles City. Tony Stark's private secret mansion is built on the beach cliff, where there is a great observation landscape. At 7 o'clock in the morning, an Audi business car entered a luxury home. Sitting on the driver's seat is a girl who is not too beautiful, but very woman. Peltpots. She is wearing a black working dress, stepped on high heels, walk into the bedroom of Stark, and the skilled garbage used last night. After processing, she went into the kitchen to cook breakfast, and then walked into the Stark's laboratory. It's so thin, the girl actually took the car home. Belbo put the plate on the workbench, and ridiculed the employer. The employment relationship between the two lasted for many years. And this little joke is not hurting at all. Tony stopped the work of the hand, remembered the bedmare last night, laughed. Yes, she is a good girl. Unfortunately I can't violate the principle. I have 2 times with the same woman twice, so even the phone is not allowed. He listened to the appetite, pep expression, and pulled out the tablet from the pocket. The meeting with the military has been talking. They hope that you can go to Afghanistan next month. We want to make a try to tell you. Tony does not wash his hand, grab the bacon and bite a bit, and the expression is a bit impatient. The next month, don't bother me now. Pepel expression is very good, I know, but the military has been reminding me. I hope to set the time as soon as possible. Tony is a hand, saying, Your job is to help me get rid of these broken things, isn't it? Pep Breast Anger nodded, yes. Is there anything else? Pep was hesitated, said. The military's weapon partner commanded the conference. Scorpio, it is a matter of next month, isn't there? Of course, there are 3 business meetings, 2 private meetings. These have been helped you, and I have to remind it. Only the last 3 days left in this month. Oh, time is really fast. Yeah, then you will hurry, enjoy breakfast. Pep Isabelli, and his face is turned to leave. Tony grabbed the fried egg to look at her back, and it seems to have a little remorseful, but his stinky mouth is born. It is estimated that it can't be changed. And think about it, is his character to change because of a living assistant? You should cherish her. The laboratory suddenly appeared the voice. Who? Tony is nervous, and the fried eggs in the hand fall in the ground. The stealth mode is released. The voice just fell, and the red gold color nano-war form appeared in front of Tony. Shit. Tony, frightened, called, Jaws, alarm. I didn't expect that. The mask said. Javis, sleep. Okay, sir. The family housekeeper Jaw is offline. Tony is a panic to the extreme. What is this? Actually has a higher authority than me. You. Friends. What do you want? The mask came to him and comforted. Don't worry, said. He relieved the armor and exposed the original appearance. 2. Tony talked for a long time in the laboratory. After that, Tony didn't seem to put down the heart, and didn't trace Pelp, but flew back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Society. Seeing his first day, everyone finally caught the opportunity to ask, Tony, what happened to you? I am fine, I am very good. Tony said dull. Infinite gloves have been manufactured. I have tested it last night. When Yan Strays seems to have guessed what, said, don't you talk to her? Well, Tony dotted. But before going back, we have a task. Noon, New York. A pair of strict men and women wearing a hat and sunglasses, heading into the high-rise apartment located in Manhattan. The Just Gate is on the door, and the two are fiercely kissed together, like 2 dolphins. They are all masters. Half a minute. Just unload the body, during which the lips are not separated. Seeing that some feelings are difficult to come, Jason will take Val-11, and then take the bed into the bedroom, throw it in the Simmons bed. Looking at the sunshine in the curtain gap, Jason said, safety first. I will pull the curtain. But he just got up. Vesa is like a beautiful snake to entangle him. Don't go. But I am afraid. Don't worry, Jinming people in Los Angeles. We will not have something fast. I can't help but. Vanessa exhale in his ear, but the crispy numbness, Hwasun's fire. No matter, do it. Jason put her on the bed. Soon, the bedroom is unbearable. Boom. Suddenly a loud sound. The apartment exterior wall was blown down. Oh, shit. Jason scared a spirit. The two have just happened, and this sudden giant rang almost wants their life. What happened? Val-11 is frightened, and the desire in the eyes will resolve. Jason has a bad sense. He will knew the bed, and then open the mint mattress. The mattresses hit his black money and dozens of lightweight weapons. Broken wall. It is definitely not good. Jason immediately pulled out 2 hands thundering to the living room, then put the weapon in one hand, and took the lock rope to the balcony. The situation is urgent. He can't even wear clothes. Then when he pulled the curtain, the whole person was stupid. Several geeks wearing colorful clothes is hung outside the balcony waiting for him. Jason's brain was running quickly and recognized 2 of them. The old man wearing red gold tattoo should be Tony Stark, but he is a lot of old. That an ancient armor, the iron hammer is as fast as the propeller, should be Ray's soul. As for the golden big waves and the long face, Jason doesn't know. At this time, there was also movement behind him, and the 2 roads before and after block were blocked. Oh, I seem to understand. Jason suddenly smiled several times, throwing the weapon in his hand. So, I succeed in the future? Strake asked. You know that we will come back to you? I didn't know before, but this scene was very clear. Jason pointed at them. The old version of Iron Man, the old version of the American Captain, plus this dazzling to no friends, except I can't think of a second reason. Steve said, you have no evil, kill many people, including our friends. Hey, then you are looking for him to revenge. Looking for me. I didn't kill your friends. Bullying is afraid of hard, specializing in the soft parsimony. Jason loudly. Everyone was so mute, but Tony's indifferent eyes did not change. Is this your last words? No, there is still a sentence. Jason laughed. Use Chinese big, I fuck you. The classic country has not finished. Tony's arm turns into a long sword, and he brushed from his neck. Jason's skull left from the neck and rolled down to the ground. Tony took off the blood on the Longjian. Murderous Tao, hurry back, go back to kill the dog. Chapter 419. Death is also a new beginning. African continent, Kingdom of Wasanda. Although Wasanda has had the strength of the strongest country, because of the backward political system, the entire society has been in an unopened state. Even if there is a murder, the military combat power and the national science and technology level are not much better than other countries. Since the clown tissue takes over, the reform of Wasanda is immediately revived, abolishing all backward systems. I turned around for 10 years, and now Wasanda has undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking at it, you are full of strange architectural buildings. It is a car that is Magaluf. The sky is densely aromatic. Jason took it with Walter's comparison. The conclusion is that the style of the two cities has 1,000 autumn, and there is a feeling of watching it. At this moment, Wasanda has a lot of lights in the country, and the big feast. Jason returns. Heroes are destroyed. This day will be loaded into the history. In order to celebrate these two events, Belmade held a state banquet in the capital region. The taboo: open the National Library, invite all the nationals to participate. The streets in the capital are full of dining table and chairs everywhere, and there is a red cloth. The national banquet plans looked for 10 days. Let all the people eat and drink together to celebrate this difficult victory. The people day and night carnival. Jason, who is the master, is also happy. He and the same party were sitting in the Kingong banquet hall, while drinking alcohol, while taking each other's changes and growth. At the banquet, Jason was opened, and it was very happy. Time is too long. He seems to have forgotten this feeling. Looking back, since the attack of New York apartment, he did not have peace of mind a day. No matter where the side is, the string is always stretched, and it is afraid that it will be attacked. At this moment, Jason finally put down the burden and enjoys the atmosphere of the carnival day. It's not easy for the same party, and if you have a belly, you want to say that you don't have to worry about no topic. However, in the crowd, Jason and a few parties suddenly frowned. Harley turned to her husband. Jason is drunk, disdainful, and smiled. Their speed is better than I expected. Convergence with the party, vigilant, and then walk along the outside. Wasanda's sky is cloudless. The average person does not know what happens. There are only a few sense of amazing with the party. All eyes are not looked at the northwest direction. Not long, a few black spots appeared in the blue sky. The number is counted, just 6. Iron Man, Tony Stark. American Captain, Steve Rogers. Surprise Captain, Carol Danfoss. Singular Dr. Stephen Strillick. Thunder God, Soul. Green Giant, Bruce Banner. The 6 residents made 6 meteors, broke into the Wakanda's speech at the speed of thunder. I found an enemy, and the guard barrier was started. 6 people's speed is not reduced, all peak, and force it to hit it on the barrier. Boom. The deafening loud noise is blown over the capital. It is sufficient to resist the energy barrier of the alien fleet, and he is bombarded by 6 people. Oh, this opening is also very pleasant. Jason Futon is as calm. He indicated that the same party should not shoot, then instantly move to the sky, stand alone on the road. Several people have a tacit understanding, standing into a circle, and puts Jason in the middle. The dead escapes will be returned to a life. I don't know how to cherish it. I have been returning to death in half a day. Jason glared in disdain. Tony looked at him and said, no one will come to send it. Look at your dog. 6 people extended out. Jason suddenly surprised. Each of them holds an infinite gemstone. Jason first felt surprised, then looked at the time of the Strunch Eye hand, suddenly understood. Through time and space, return to the past. Oh, I have been killed by you. Jason's sounds. Yes, I personally under the hand. Tony directly admitted. Hey, you still have a face. It seems that I will kill an ordinary person, let you have a sense of accomplishment. You are so embarrassed to carry the name of the superhero, it is really tarnished. This word. Tony is reversed. We may not be a hero, but it must be Avengers. And kill a big evil person who has not growing. It is really a bit of a sense of sin. Just feel that there is not enough. Jason said seriously, saying, I feel that you have changed. It seems to be a little bit of mad taste. You should not get rid of the soul gem. If you want to get the soul gem, you must sacrifice the soul of the love people. Let me guess, who is bothered to die? When said, a few Avengers have an angry expression. Rocky is wrong. If it is Rocky, you should laugh. Jason looked at Tony. Peep pots. In an instant, Tony's neck is rigid. Ha ha ha, I get it. Jason excitedly clamped. It's a pity. She looks a good woman. But looking for a man's eyes really? I actually selected the most useless man. Even my wife's life can't help. You said, if I took her on Los Angeles, she took the initiative to my bed, how would it be? In the last sentence, I took directly to Tony's nerve. He roared. He closed the war. The other 5 people were afraid of him, and immediately launched an attack from 5 different angles. 6 people hand-holding infinite gems. Jason can't use the universe rules to use the universe, can only rely on super capabilities. They fight in the air. Each limb contact will explode thunderous sound. Standing with the party in front of the Queen Palace, watching the battle seriously. The people in Wasanda also thought that the natural disasters were coming, all scared to the ground, and prayed in the hands of the hands. 6 Avenists have been able to use the gem energy through long-term training, and they can use the perfect cooperation, and they have made great troubles to Jason. It is a pity that, in the morning, Jason killed the ancient martyrs, thus got a massive points. When the battle is over, his superpower has risen to the highest level of 10. At this time, the upper limit of the energy is absorbed, and when playing Surprise Captain, it is strongly 10 times. Let you change, I have broken it. Relying on powerful to unreasonable hard strength, Jason quickly took advantage of the wind. One person pressed 6 people, and they were leisurely. Seeing the defeat has been fixed, the 6 groups don't panic. They found a chance to jump out of Jason's attack, and they all gathered together. Jason does not catch up, and the hand is standing, and it is very popular. It's really disappointing. The 6 people are still not enough for me. This is not interesting. Let's add some paint. Who can leave a scarf on me, even if it is just a shallow small road? I promise to let him leave safely. How? Is it a little power now? 6 people stand in distant opposition and then headed down. Tony finally revealed a smile and said, 6 people have to fight, but have to admit that you are really strong. Jason yelled, now, ask for a late point. No, not for mercy, threat, because we have a B program. Hey, give me a look. Tony is cold and looked at him, and then removes unlimited gems together. Throw it to hide in the final Surprise Captain. The B plan is, we have 6 unlimited gems, and you only have 5. When Yan, Jason's face changed. No, this group of garbages? Surprise Captain put on an unlimited glove. The 6 unlimited gems are all gathered together, and the energy column of the universe level is burst. See the shape? Jason's heart is cold. If the 6 gems are separated, he is not afraid. But if you collect 6 unlimited gems to start finger, he is dead. It is going to listen to the heavens. No, it's definite. Boom. The idea is moving. The universe energy explosives. Jason is red, such as lightning. Fast, stop him. The 5 people immediately rushed. I have given me away. Jason screamed loudly, and I must kill the balance of horror energy, which will block all the 5 people on the road to Slag. Without infinite gems, they are not an opponent at all times. However, even if Jason's speed is full, it also stopped the Surprise Captain from starting that the dead refers. Oh, go to death. Devil, snapped. The crisp sound of the metal collision. Next moment, Jason's fists opened a big hole in her chest. Carol's blonde gradually became gray. She spit bits blood, showing a satisfied smile, and then fell straight to the ground. Jason is alone, full of fear standing in the air. He is crazy, the universe of the universe, but found that the force in the body is quickly dissipating. Do not. Jason glanced to the corpse of Carol, took an unlimited glove from her hand. However, let him desperately, 6 gems are dim, and even several cracks have emerged, and spread rapidly. Jason claims a realistic gem and wants to modify the reality of death. However, the law in the gemstone is the same as the body, and the reservoir in the same is quickly dissipated in the air. If the 6 people cannot win, then the gem is destroyed with gems. This is Tony's B-plan. Harley shifted with the party to the air. Seeing Jason's pale face, everyone's heart has given it. Jason looked up and glanced over their face and finally revealed a hobby. Sorry, I may have to leave for a while. When said, Harley and Belma missed tears as in the rain. Jason is weak, and there is no strength. It's good to die in the universe. The obstacle to the front road has been sweeping. You will finally be afraid of being scared with your child. Cough. Father. 2 children rushed to his arms together. Angelina is crying like a tears. Brian Rebels also trembled. Sorry, just promised your mother, you have to take you a good job. The result is a good news. You will later. Last causes. Jason's body seems to be muddy, fragment into a black-gray, dissipated in the air. The grief crying is gradually stopped. Everyone is sluggish, looked at the cloudless sky. Jason died. Their inner pillars collapsed. A few days later, Wasanda National News Agency, and the United States, Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia, etc., jointly published on November 23, the great historical revolutionist, the brave full-time pioneer, respected Mr. Jason Walter, Mr. Jess Walter, November 17, 2030, was unfortunately resigned. The joint government is half-flag to show mourning, and the people of all regions have spontaneously hold mourning activities. In order to commemorate the sacrifice and dedication of the father, the joint government announced that the New Year's law will be adopted, the birth of the new year, as the beginning of the new year. Jason slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a chaotic, and all around him were light and shadow. Anyone there? The sound responds to the space, from the beginning to the end for tens of seconds. There is no other person here, only you and me. Among the void, a tough male sounded. Surprised, he spoke, crisp, no sound echo. Jason is watching, but I can't see the movie. I asked, who are you? I am gone so many years, I don't know who I am. System. Are you a big evil system? I am a system, but it is not a big evil system, all of which follows your heart choice. You are saying, because I have been evil, so I got a big evil system. Yes, the brain is not bad. Then now I am dead, is it always waiting here? Don't, this is my room, I hate outsiders. Then you have to resurrect me? Of course, but resurrection you are free, even if you are free of your handling fee. It still needs a massive points operation. I just upgraded over the superpower, there is not much less points. You can rest assured you will wake up soon, and you can earn points everywhere. Just earn enough points, you can return to others. Where? Oh, time is here, you should go. Hey. Yinfeng burst, Jason in excitement, instantly zooming in the body. The spoken voice came from the ear. Just what language is not clear. This situation did not last long. The awareness of chaos was gradually clear, and the 5 senses gradually keenly. Jason slammed his eyes. There is a few pole lights in dim. The sprinkling air is a vomiting. The moist ground makes the cold penetrate into the bone marrow. Hungry. Looking at the dim light, the evil spirits faced in front of them, densely numb, such as locusts. These evil flesh should be rotted, and one flowing through the Auron, looking out the eradicate, like Jason's body like a delicious cuisine. Fuck. Jason swayed in the morning, slammed into a few steps. What is this special? The evil was shocked by him, but he saw him a horrible look. He smiled, put the bloody stone knife, stepped forward. Roll. Jason raised his hand energy. However, after a few times, he was scared, and the superpower had disappeared as the body died. Okay. Jason clenched his double boxing and kept retreating backwards. At this time, the sky was shot out, and he penetrated hundreds of evil spirits. They turned into a green flame, together with the body disappeared without a trace, and the rest of the evil spirits received scared. Hee, see who this is coming. Jason looked up. I saw a woman wearing a green robot stepping on the cat. Death Goddess, Hala. Oh, good memory. So, here is the Kingdom of Death? Yes. Here is all the bordering land. It turned out to be, I understand what he meant. Who mean? 1. Old friends. It doesn't matter. I refuse to cooperate with me when I am in the world. Now I have arrived in the country. I don't know if you are interested. Cooperation? Hey, I almost forgot. I have the law of death. This is what I found to you, because I bet you still don't know how to use it. Yeah, I feel that there is no difference with ordinary people. This is right. Even if you have already got the rules, it is not easy to use it. I have been 1,000 years in the Death Country. Millennium. Is it necessary for so long? This is fast. But I know a lot of skills. If we can reach a cooperation, I can give you a relatives, which will let you take a lot of detours. Interesting. Talking. How do you cooperate? It's very simple. You marry me. I wish you a king. Finish. Temporaries. I have finished the word full book. 3 words. I thought it would be relaxed. I didn't think that the fart didn't feel some small depressed. It may be written to the last num, so there is no feeling, and there is no way to have a long story, talk about a new book. When writing this book, every day of the creation of the brochure period is very bittened. I feel that I don't satisfy. There are of course many kinds, but in the final analysis, the ink in the belly is not enough, so I will take the book to learn to charge. Time may be longer. I will not update out anything regular. Prevent long-term no code causes the hand. You can also leave message below. Talk about the style and type of the characters, in detail. Simple points can. I hope to draw the inspiration from the message. Finally, I wish you a happy new year and a happy new year. I hope that in the future, we can still meet. Thank